真的，我现在就在点啊！我想说，我先点一下下，至少我先点开来。现在还没有东西，想说他都输了。
Hello。
好，谢谢，自我一天。
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Miriam. Welcome and thank you for joining us today at the Ocean Challenge 2021.
Ladies and
The
gentlemen,
opening
good morning.
ceremony will begin in 2 minutes.
Welcome
We are
and
from
thank you
Team
for
Nemo.
joining us
We are
today
from
at the
Incheon
Ocean
University,
Challenge
majoring in
2021.
international
The
affairs
opening
and
ceremony
diplomacy.
will begin
Our
in 2
topic is
minutes.
damage use
We are
of
from Team
sunscreen
Nemo.
to
We are
marine
from
life
Incheon
in
University,
Taiwan, the study of
majoring in
dying coral reefs.
international affairs
So our
and
topic is
diplomacy.
mainly about the
Our
study
topic
of the
is
dying coral
damage
reefs in
use of
Taiwan.
sunscreen
In the
to
past 2
marine
decades,
life
coral reefs
in
have been
Taiwan, the
bleaching
study
in
of dying
Taiwan.
coral
We're
reefs.
gonna
So
invite
our
you to
topic is
collaborate
mainly
with
about
us
the
to
study
spread
of
the
the dying coral
awareness
reefs in
and
Taiwan.
stop the use
In the
of the
past 2
harmful
decades, coral reefs have been
sunscreen.
bleaching in Taiwan.
Let's save coral
We're
reefs,
gonna
let's
invite
save
you to
Nemo's
collaborate with us
families.
to spread the
Ocean
awareness
demolish,
and
human
stop the
dies.
use of the
In
harmful
you, we make a change.
We are
Let's save coral
SOS,
reefs,
Save Our
let's save
Sea,
Nemo's
and 3 of us
families.
are from Sochu University, and
human
Doris
dies.
is from
In
Gangneung
you,
Normal
we make a
University.
change.
We
are
the proposed
SOS,
name of our
Save Our
proposal
Sea,
is 10 Your
and
Way
3
to
of us are
SOS.
from
We hope
Sochu
to create a
University, and
website
Doris
to help
is from
spread
Gangneung
awareness of
Normal
ocean
University.
conservation and do
The
our part
proposed
for the
name of our
environment.
proposal is called 10 Your Way to SOS. We hope to create a
We are
website to
all
help
international
spread
students
awareness of
studying
ocean
under the program
conservation
of
and do
International
our part
Program
for the
for
environment.
Sustainable Development in
SOS,
Changchun Christian
Save
University.
Our Sea!
And we are
We are
international
all
smart
international
art
students
conservation
studying under the
team.
program of
The
International
aim
Program
of
for
our
Sustainable
project in this
Development in
2021
Changchun
Ocean Challenge
And
is to
we
collect
are
different
International
marine
Smart Art
debris and
Conservation
wastes
Team.
found in the beaches
The
of
aim
Xiaoliu
of our project in
From
this
after collecting them, we
2021
will
Ocean Challenge
construct
is to collect
a
different
smart art
marine
workstation
debris
using
and
wastes
wastes found
to
in the beaches of Xiaoliu. From after collecting them, we will construct a smart art workstation using these wastes. Together we can make this world a better place for
And help to the
your
As a result, we can all become
and
magicians of
pause
ocean
to
plastic.
the endless journey
Problems that
of
face our oceans
recycling
are
marine
undeniably
litter.
tied to the
As
sustainability
a
of our
result,
societies.
we can all become
The more waste
magicians
that people
of ocean
produce,
plastic.
the worse it gets.
Problems that face our oceans are undeniably
The
tied to the
more
sustainability
waste
of our
we produce,
societies.
the more
The more
burden
waste that
is
people
placed on our
produce,
ocean.
the worse it gets
Unfortunately,
for our
the
ocean.
negligence of industries has led to the rapid approach to the demise of our oceans today.
With an increase in consumer purchasing
Unfortunately,
and
the
growing
negligence of
nationwide trend to
industries has led to
transition
the
into a
rapid
greener
approach
economy,
to the
we
demise
wanted to
of our
find new
oceans
ways to
today.
incentivize people
With an
to go
increase
green as
in
well.
consumer purchasing We are and a DJCMA,
Growing
a team hailing
nationwide
from
trend to
IBSD.
transition into a greener economy, we wanted to find new ways to incentivize people to go green as well.
From IBS.
We are DJCMA, a team hailing from IBSD.
Students from
Secret to the rescue!
Our methods
Together,
include
we are a
creating a
team
better
of
design for
rescue
sea
students
bins
from
and
IBSD.
also having
We are a
social
small
education.
bilingual school consisting
First of all,
of
we're going
students
to
from different
create
parts
a
of the
better
world.
system by
Our methods
implementing
include
and
creating a
integrating
better design for
different
sea
newer
bins and
ideas
also
for better
having
sea
social
bins.
education.
And also in the process,
First of
we're going
all,
to raise
we're going to
awareness.
create a
truly
better
hope
system
that
by
this has a
implementing
lasting
and
impact on
integrating
the oceans.
different newer ideas for better students. And also in the process, we're going to raise awareness. We truly hope that this has a positive lasting impact on the oceans.
We are from National High
One is the ocean surrounding island.
and marine resources have been in
We are Fengshan youth from National Fengshan Senior High School.
marine biodiversity law.
ocean surrounding
This serious phenomenon will be irreversible if we don't take action. Tackling marine issues is a long walk. Only by cooperating together can we sustain longer.
Phenomenon will be irreversible.
If Tackling marine issues is a long walk. Only by cooperating together can we sustain longer.
我就是为了订便当才收信这个领券。
Systematic approach that will withdraw environmentally harmful nylon fishing nets, which will be integrated into reuse and day-to-day appliances, from circulation and fishing approach. Ultimately, this proposal can not only better the marine ecosystem, but do so in a way that recognizes and accounts for conventional needs of the people. We hope that establishing this balance between ideals and reality can spark a movement for environmental change and awareness.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Maria. Welcome and thank you for joining us today at the Ocean Challenge 2021, a cooperative effort between the American Institute in Taiwan and the Ocean Affairs Council. Our goal is to encourage young people to develop solutions to the pressing challenges facing our ocean. We are delighted to have Dr. Lin Pennington, the Senior Vice President of the Center for the Challenges facing our ocean. We are delighted to have Dr. Lin Pennington, the Senior Vice President of the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in the Ocean, joining us today online. We're also very excited to have 3 teams of the university students and 7 teams of the high school students present their innovative proposals. To start the forum, we would like to invite the American Institute in Taiwan Deputy Director Raymond Green to give opening remarks. Please welcome Deputy Director Green.
Deputy Minister Tsai, Mr. Ouyang, Dr. Pendleton, distinguished guests and judges, student participants, good morning, Zao An. Today marks the 3rd Ocean Challenge event, a joint effort between AIT and the Ocean Affairs Council. I would like to thank the OAC for their continued partnership and support for this important youth-focused endeavor. This year's Ocean Challenge is bittersweet for me for 2 reasons. First, I was hoping to join all of you in person and listen firsthand to your creative proposals for addressing some of the most serious problems facing our oceans. It is unfortunate that the outbreak of domestic COVID cases has kept us from gathering together in person, but I am proud of our ability to quickly respond and switch to a virtual format to ensure the event can move forward with participation from all of our original teams. The second reason today's event is bittersweet for me is that this will be my last opportunity to take part in the Ocean Challenge event before I conclude my amazing tour in Taiwan. I'm immensely proud of what we have accomplished with this event and how much it has grown each year. What began in 2019 as a competition for Southern-based high school teams has grown into an annual Taiwan-wide event that for the first time this year will also include participation from college student teams. I'm extremely excited to hear how this great event will continue to develop in future years. The purpose of the Ocean Challenge is to raise awareness among Taiwan's youth to the critical issues confronting our oceans. We want to ensure and inspire that the next generation will think critically about these serious and complex problems. By doing this, the Ocean Challenge allows us to leverage one of Taiwan's greatest natural resources, its talented, innovative youth, to help protect one of the world's greatest natural resources, our oceans. To the students participating in today's competition, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your enthusiasm and your willingness to get involved. I hope your participation in the Ocean Challenge has sparked even greater interest in the environment and in our collective stewardship of this planet. Now I would like to talk a little bit about the U.S.-Taiwan relationship. The United States and Taiwan have come a long way together over the past 4 decades as Taiwan developed into both a high-tech economic powerhouse and a highly successful liberal democracy. As a result, we have come to share so many values, including respect for the rule of law, a commitment to free and fair trade, and support for civil liberties at home and around the world. Our shared values also include our shared desire to preserve our planet for future generations by conserving our natural resources, creating innovative economic models, new jobs, and reducing harmful emissions. We at AIT look forward to continuing to work with the OAC to support the Ocean Challenge and other events that help us achieve our common goals on environmental protection. Again, thank you to Deputy Minister Tsai and our partners at OAC and Brogen. And thank you to all the students who are participating in today's challenge. I encourage all of you to continue seizing opportunities like this one today to showcase your creativity and to learn how you can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director Green. Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome Ocean Affairs Council Deputy Minister Cai Qingbiao for opening remarks. Please, Deputy Minister Cai.
AIT Deputy Director Mr. Green, AITK Branch Chief Mr. Yu, distinguished guests, advisors, and all participants, good morning on behalf of the Ocean Affairs Council, I'm excited to welcome you all to attend the Ocean Challenge 2021 virtual event. OAC and the AIT co-host this event in light of the call of UN's Decades of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development and with an attempt to strengthen young adults' capabilities of international ocean affairs. We encourage students to realize the ocean crisis and the global challenges and address these issues with ocean science and technology. The OAC has been organizing Ocean Challenge in partnership with AITK since 2018. The first Ocean Challenge, formerly known as the Southern Taiwan Youth Ocean Forum, took place in 2019 and continued to expand with more students in participation each year. This year, we further invited college students to participate in the competition besides senior high school students. Among them are several international students from Hong Kong, America, India, Indonesia, Sweden, Algeria, Tanzania, Uganda, and Bangladesh, with the motivation to protect our oceans. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the United States timely donation of 2.5 million doses of Moderna vaccine to Taiwan to help us get through the difficult time. This action demonstrated the real partnership between Taiwan and the US. Thank you very much. I also want to express my appreciation to AITK for inviting prestigious ocean experts as the keynote speakers to the Ocean Challenge events over the past few years, including Dr. Jenna Jembeck and Mr. Eben Schwartz. This year, we are honored to have Dr. Linwood Pedlington as our keynote speaker. Dr. Pedlington is the Senior Vice President for Science at the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution and the Ocean, and he also holds the International Chair of Excellence at the European Institute of Marine Studies. His keynote speech entitled Data and Technology for a Healthy Ocean, Promises and Challenges. His areas of expertise include ocean policy, ocean conservation, ocean technology, and ocean data. I can say with confidence that his speech will inspire us with innovation and stimulate creative thinking. 10 finalist teams stood out with solid and creative proposals in the selection processes. The participants explore critical marine issues and come up with solutions in their proposals, such as promoting sea turtle conservation with smart art, making interceptors to prevent river debris from entering the ocean, using UAV as an aid to avoid overfishing, building waste treatment station in estuaries, and producing biodegradable fishing nets to reduce ghost gears, and the others. The United Nations declared 2021 to 2030 as decades of ocean science for sustainable development. The idea of the ocean decades aims to ensure ocean science can fully support countries in creating advanced conditions for sustainable development of the ocean. As this year marks the beginning of the ocean decades, I wish to motivate you to become active in the fight of ocean crisis with a focus on the research and the technological development in oceanography. A special thank you goes to our judges, Professor Dong of National Kaohsiung University of Science and Technology, Professor Ke of National Taiwan University, Professor Chen and Professor Liu of National Cheng Kung University, and Dr. Fan of National Museum of Marine Biology and Aquarium. Thank you for taking time of your busy schedules. Last, but certainly not least, thank you all for your participation. I wish this virtual event the greatest success. Stay healthy and stay well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Tsai. Now we would like to take a group photo. All the honorable guests and students, please turn on your screen and look at the camera. 我们现在要来进行大合照，请各位贵宾看向您的摄影机，谢谢。Now, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Lingua Pennington. He is the Senior Vice President for Science at the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution and the Ocean. He holds the International Chair of Excellence at the European Institute of Marine Studies. He is a Senior Fellow in the Ocean and Coastal Policy Program at Duke University's Nicholas Institute for Environmental Policy Solutions. His areas of expertise include ocean policy, conservation, technology, and data. His keynote speech, entitled Data and Technology for a Healthy Ocean, Promises and Challenges. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, Dr. Pennington cannot travel from France to Taiwan, but he will join us online today. He will share his experience with ocean policies on utilizing data and technology for ocean conservation and improving marine issues. Before we start our keynote speech, I would like to announce after Dr. Pennington's presentation, we will have 10 minutes for a Q&A this afternoon. If you want to ask Dr. Pennington questions after his presentation, please write it down on the chat box, and Dr. Pennington will answer you this afternoon at 3:30 p.m. 3:30 p.m. So now please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Lingua Pennington.
Hi, my name is Linwood Pendleton, and I'm really happy to be here with you today, even if virtually, at this Ocean Challenge. And what I want to talk about today is why the world needs more ocean data and why we really need to do a better job of sharing ocean data. And then I'm going to talk to you about some steps that we're taking to try to make sure that this happens. There's a lot that's been written recently about the need for a healthier ocean. A healthy and sustainable ocean is important because it's a major source of food. It underpins our global economy, particularly something we call a blue economy, which depends on healthy ocean ecosystems. And millions of people live near the ocean, so they need to understand the ocean in order to adapt to ocean change and to be safe. There's a high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, and this high-level panel has published a number of papers they call blue papers that really highlight the need for evidence in planning for a sustainable ocean. And at the heart of evidence is ocean data. The ocean is changing. It's changing dramatically, and it's changing because of climate change. It's changing because of human pressures. It's changing because of biodiversity loss. And we need to be able to understand how the different dimensions of the ocean are changing, to understand how it's getting warmer, where it's getting warmer, how is oxygen changing? Is the ocean becoming more acidic? We know it is, but where? This is important. And we need to understand the causes of ocean change, but also the consequences like sea level rise, coral bleaching, toxic algal blooms, and the like. We do this, we understand this ocean change by collecting data. And as we collect these data about things like temperature, oxygen, salinity, it helps us prepare and manage for ocean change. So you can think of this almost like taking the temperature of a person to understand how healthy they are. We take the temperature of the ocean along with other measures to really understand how the ocean's doing. And in doing so, it really gives us a much better understanding of how our actions impact ocean health and ocean sustainability. I want to look particularly today at just one kind of ocean variable, temperature. But the things I say about temperature are true of all the ways we measure the ocean. It really gives us deep insight into the ocean. This is a satellite map of ocean temperature in the Pacific Ocean in 2015 that really shows elevated ocean temperatures. Now, this demonstrates where ocean temperatures are far beyond their normal, and this is happening more and more. We need to be able to track things like this to understand where the ocean is changing and how it's changing. This particular mass of warm water was called the ocean blob, and it's related to El Niños and what we're really starting to think of as ocean heat waves now. So it's not just that the ocean is getting gradually warmer, it's getting intensely warmer, but in waves. And these waves of heat cause all sorts of problems. And I'm going to go into some of those problems in great detail. But from a human perspective, what these heat waves really can mean is a loss of food, a loss of fisheries, and other impacts on people. One of those important impacts of heat waves is that a warming ocean is a more dangerous ocean because warm ocean waters feed storms. And these storms can interact with high tide, causing extreme flooding. They can increase the intensity of hurricanes. So we have considerably more Category 5 hurricanes, or cyclones as you call them in the Pacific. And this results in increased damage to people who live near the ocean. This sort of warming, this effect on storms can be felt far inland, as I'm sure you know, because cyclones don't just stay at the coast or stay in the ocean, but they'll move inland, causing lots of wind and rain with potentially disastrous flooding effects. Of course, a warming ocean kills ocean life, and I think the example that you're probably most familiar with is how a warming ocean can kill coral reefs. This is called coral reef bleaching, and it has affected a huge number of corals worldwide and has put corals at risk as climate changes areas and water becomes increasingly warm. But once again, this is really an effect of these heat waves that we're having in coral reef areas. Corals, of course, are important for a number of reasons. They're a home to 25% of the world's marine species. The coral reefs protect shoreline. They're the home for fish, which are important for food. And for many places, coral reefs are the key source for tourism, attracting people from all around the world to snorkel and dive on coral reef areas. So when corals die, it has an immediate effect on people. A warming ocean also leads to more toxic algal blooms. Sometimes we see this near shore. We call these red tides often, but these red tides can occur quite far offshore and affect organisms that filter the ocean for food, like whales. So a warming ocean means more toxic ocean in many cases, which means real harm to marine life, like whales and other marine mammals, but also to people because we eat those things that accumulate these toxins as well. Now, we know that temperature is an important problem. Rising temperature is causing increasing problems in the ocean, and I've just talked about that. But this also means that if we collect data about temperature, we can help solve these problems. So I just want to walk through 4 simple examples of how temperature data helps us to solve ocean problems. One important use of this temperature data has been understanding where coral reef bleaching is going to happen. So we can track ocean temperature, and as we do, we'll see these heat waves begin to emerge, and this really helps coral reef managers, people, for instance, who run and supervise marine protected areas and marine parks, or fisheries managers, take action. Because when you know that a coral reef is going to experience a high temperature stress, you want to reduce the other stresses that can compound these effects. So you may want to reduce fishing, you may want to reduce onshore activities that cause increased sediments. You might want to exclude tourists from areas that are undergoing high temperature stress because tourists tend to touch coral reefs and put them under stress. So there's a lot you can do with this kind of temperature data. And it's been used quite effectively by NOAA in its Coral Reef Watch to help managers prepare for and take action before coral bleaching begins. Temperature data also helps us to prepare for weather events. So I talked about the role of temperature in cyclones and hurricanes. Well, we can use this temperature data to predict future storm tracks and storm intensity because it helps us understand where the ocean is going to be warmer in the coming year. So if we know where the ocean is going to be warmer, we can predict more intense hurricanes. We can take action to help people on land begin to prepare for these hurricanes and cyclones, and we can help mariners do the same by avoiding areas when we know that hurricanes are going to be likely. Of course, if we have temperature data, we can understand how fish stocks may be affected by a changing ocean. And this is important because we set our quotas about how much fish can be caught each year sustainably based on how many fish we think there will be. And if there are going to be heat waves, it's quite likely that there will be fewer fish of many kinds of species, and we need to adjust the quotas in advance. So once again, you can only do this if you have good ocean temperature data. And finally, we can forecast algal blooms. Now, if you know that temperature is going to be high, oxygen may be low, and you're going to have a high probability of algal blooms, you can do things like alter where your aquaculture is. You can take shellfish out of the water sooner before it is affected by these toxins. You can help people avoid toxic areas, and you can help fishers and fisheries managers adjust where people are allowed to fish. Once again, you have to have temperature data to do this. And it's not just temperature data, because if we have temperature data and salinity data and oxygen data, and the whole suite of ways of measuring the ocean just gives us a much clearer picture of how these algal blooms are likely to occur. Now, the good news is we have more and more ways of collecting ocean data. So we can collect ocean data from space, through satellites, This includes big government satellites that are quite famous for taking pictures. So you may have heard of Landsat that takes pictures mostly over the land, but increasingly in coastal areas. Copernicus and Sentinel are European satellites. But we also have a new breed of nanosatellites that are being operated primarily by private companies, but also by some universities. And these nanosatellites take high-resolution images. They collect data about ocean conditions in many more places and at a much higher frequency than government satellites. But of course, we collect ocean data from airplanes and drones and radar that's based on shore. And increasingly, we've come up with new ways of collecting ocean data underwater through gliders, through buoys that can drop from the surface as deep as 5,000 meters to collect data on temperature and salinity, oxygen, and the like. And so the ocean really is becoming a place where robots are our primary partners in collecting data about ocean conditions. And we're seeing more and more robots being operated by more and more countries. But also, there are a number of low-cost robots that individuals can buy and participate in citizen science in a way that's never been possible before, because it's now possible for citizens to buy drones and gliders and buoys to collect data. This is a lot like collecting weather data in your backyard and sharing it with your National Weather Service. We're going to be able to do the same thing with ocean data. Now, of course, the exciting thing is we now can analyze huge amounts of ocean data from all around the world with artificial intelligence and machine learning. This is really critical because we have one ocean. There's just one global ocean. So to understand ocean change, to predict change, you have to really analyze what's happening in the ocean on a global level. And if we think about climate, the ocean itself is a primary driver of climate. So as we understand ocean change, we understand climate, but we also understand how ocean change affects biodiversity, which of course can move around the planet, and ultimately people. We always talk about the globalization of the economy, but we also know that people move across borders, and a changing ocean is going to drive a lot of migration in the future. So artificial intelligence can really help us do a much better job of both analyzing these changes and modeling these changes so we can begin to predict how our policies will affect people and biodiversity in this changing ocean. But to do this, to really use artificial intelligence, we have to bring all the data together in one place. And that really is the challenge. In the past, the role of data steward for the world's ocean data has really gone to the United Nations, and particularly the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, which is the home of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission. The Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission is an organization of more than 150 member countries who work together to promote ocean data sharing and best practices. And they do that through something called the International Oceanographic Data and Information Exchange, or the IODE. So this has been the central point of contact for data, and one place where you could go to get a global overview of all the world's ocean data. And you do this through the World Ocean Database. So the World Ocean Database is a project of the IODE, and it is facilitated by the US National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which does a lot of the data management and data cleaning to make these data available to the world in a single place. The World Ocean Database is the oldest, largest, and most global database of ocean variables. It includes more than 40 variables from surface to seafloor, and it is really an amazing resource and has up until now been that one place where you could go to do these big kind of global scale analyses. The World Ocean Database really focuses on those data that are collected in the water. And so satellites are very good at looking at the surface of the ocean and even a few meters below the surface. But the ocean is a very deep place, so it's on average more than 4,000 meters deep. And to do that, you have to be able to bring together data from many, many different kinds of instruments. And the World Ocean Database does that, and you can just see some of the different ways of collecting ocean data in this image here. Now, we have more than 120 years of data in this World Ocean Database, which makes it a pretty rich historical database. 98%, or virtually all of the world's ocean, has been measured at least once if you consider the ocean as a surface. It's not nearly the case now if we consider the ocean as a volume, because our ability to measure the ocean deeply has really only happened at scale over the last 10 years. But nevertheless, over the course of the last 100 years, the World Ocean Database has been able to represent ocean variables virtually across the ocean. If you look at how much data we have over these 100 years, and this is just an image since 1981, you'll see that the blue areas represent where we don't have any data practically, and the red areas are where we have a lot of data. We've collected most of the data in the World Ocean Database just in the last 10 years. So even 20 years ago, we didn't have a very good understanding of the global ocean. But you can see as you go clockwise, or either from left to right at the top, that we're getting more and more ocean data, but it's really in this last decade where ocean data has really taken off and we've begun to collect more and more information. And as a result of having more and more information, we've seen that scientists and planners have been using these data more and more. So here you just see two different graphical representations of who's using the World Ocean Database and its partner, the World Ocean Atlas, in their scientific research and published papers. So we know that there's this tremendous demand for this kind of data. It's incredibly important for scientific research, but it's also important for management and planning. But despite these rapid increases in our ability to collect data, and despite this growing demand for data, what we see is that the global contributions by individual countries has remained relatively low. So I mentioned there are 150 ocean countries in the IOC. There are 93 national data centers within these 150 countries. Yet only 20 of these national ocean data centers contribute data routinely to the World Ocean Database. So that means that there's a lot of data out there that's just not getting into the World Ocean Database. If it doesn't get into the World Ocean Database, it probably is not going to get into many of these global analyses. And that's a problem. One of the things that we've seen is that the number of countries contributing to the World Ocean Database each year has declined, and has declined substantially even over the last 20 years. One of the reasons for that is in the past, the only way that you could share data globally is if you put the data on a tape or a disk and mailed it into the IODE that then put that data in the World Ocean Database. But more and more, people are just sharing their data online themselves. And so that kind of meets the requirement to share data, but those data don't make it into a communal database. And that's really the goal here with the World Ocean Database, to have a one-stop shop for most of these ocean variables so we can do this kind of global analysis. The other thing we've seen by this decline in data sharing is that now just a few countries are responsible for most of the data that goes into that World Ocean Database. And this is a problem because we're really at a point where we're trying to democratize the access and the ability to contribute to these global databases. There's something called the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. And the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development really has as its premise that everyone is an ocean scientist and can be an ocean scientist and should be able to share data globally and access data globally. So this decline in global data sharing is a real problem if we want to create a more democratic approach to ocean science and ocean management. One of the results of not having a lot of good data sharing in the World Ocean Database is that, well, we know quite a bit about certain kinds of basic variables like temperature and salinity because we have a big fleet of floats out there. But we really don't have enough data when it comes to things like dissolved oxygen and chlorophyll. So you can see these white spaces on these maps here, just where we need more ocean data. And when we think about the effects of carbon dioxide and acidity on the ocean, we measure that by the partial pressure of CO2. We measure it by alkalinity and pH. Our understanding of global ocean processes is really poor, and most of the ocean is basically unmeasured for these variables. Another important factor is that the coastal marine areas of our oceans are poorly measured. So this map looks at data shared in the World Ocean Database by country in its coastal marine areas. And what we see here is that the blue is where we have fewer than one station of oceanographic data per 1,000 square kilometers. So a station is where one measurement is taken in one place at one time. Well, if you have fewer than one measurement per 1,000 square meters for 70% of the world's coastal marine areas, that's a big part of the world ocean. And it means that our climate models that are built on this World Ocean Database are really not taking advantage of and benefiting from an understanding of what's happening in the coastal areas of most of the world. This is really important because this is where people live, and this is where the impacts of, say, climate change and ocean change are going to be felt most acutely by humans. So if we don't have these data, we don't really know what's happening in these areas. Our models are incomplete. And we can't track, for instance, our progress on climate goals and the sustainable development goals in coastal areas. This is, of course, oceanographic variables, but if we think about biodiversity, the biodiversity situation, our number of observations about biodiversity, follows a very similar pattern. The counterpart of the World Ocean Database is the Ocean Biogeographic Information System. And what we have in this map is really a depiction of the number of biodiversity observations that we have over all time for coastal areas. And once again, you can see these blue areas are where we have fewer than 10 observations ever per 1,000 square kilometers. So that's just not enough biodiversity data to really understand biodiversity change and how climate change and biodiversity loss is affecting most of the world's coastal ocean. So here we have this problem where, on the one hand, we have an explosion in the number of ways of collecting data. We have an explosion in the volume of data. We have a tremendous increase in connectivity through the internet, so the ability for people to share data, yet the amount of data that's being shared in the World Ocean Database and the OBIS and other communal databases is going down. So a lot of my work and the work of the Norwegian Foundation with which I work, the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution Ocean, really focuses on trying to figure out what is preventing the sharing of ocean data and how we break these barriers down so we can increase the amount of data going into this World Ocean Database, a database that is open to all and can be used to great benefit to help manage the way people use the ocean and to really help understand how our actions affect the ocean. The first thing to do in trying to break down these barriers is to really understand how we can use modern Fourth Industrial Revolution technology to get data flowing more easily into the World Ocean Database. And so we've been working with NOAA to create the World Ocean Database Cloud. This is a cloud-based platform, and it is a project with the World Ocean Database, the IODE, and the Ocean Data Platform, which is part of the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Ocean, that seeks to use what we call APIs, which are just connectors that can connect these national ocean data centers to the World Ocean Database, put it in the cloud so people can access it very quickly. But in addition to these sort of technical challenges for sharing ocean data, we know that more fundamental human processes are also blocking ocean data. We, of course, have a tremendous lack of human capacity in much of the developing world. So it's not just a lack of capacity to collect data. And so we often talk about building capacity for doing science and creating more scientists and positions for scientists in developing countries. But we need people who can manage these data. And what we're seeing is that data is sitting in countries, but it isn't getting shared with the World Ocean Database, or it may take a very long time, which really reduces the usefulness of those data. So building human capacity is an important issue. Sometimes it's just a lack of political will or funding. Countries have a lot of things they need to do, and putting money into data management and data collection and data sharing may not be at the top of the list for many countries, especially countries that are developing and have a lack of resources. Increasingly, we're seeing that policies themselves may block the flow of data. At a very high level, many countries are adopting data sovereignty policies, which seek to protect data of all types, so not just ocean data, but financial data and health data, and make it illegal to share data across borders. So this has an effect on ocean data, even if not intended. But it may also be policies around national security or economic competitiveness that make countries more reluctant to share ocean data. They don't know how it's going to be used. Could it be used by their enemies? Could it be used by other countries to come in and exploit resources in their country? And then finally, there really is a lack of incentives to share data globally. Now, I've talked about all the things that we can do if we share global data. This helps everyone if we have a better understanding of the global ocean, helps us prepare for change. But many countries still are not aware of the potential benefits that they get from sharing ocean data and how that compares to the cost of sharing ocean data. So it's these technical and human issues that need to be addressed in order to understand what's happening and how we can fix these problems and increase the amount of data that's being shared. If we do this, we'll have better climate and weather forecasts, better fisheries management, better early warning systems about storms and tsunamis and harmful algal blooms. And ultimately, we'll have a more sustainable blue economy, which is going to be increasingly important for all countries to have. So to try to break down these barriers, you can imagine how difficult this problem is. There are 150 ocean countries, fewer than 30 are sharing ocean data regularly. So that means we have 120, 130 countries that we need to work with to see if we can get them sharing ocean data. To do that, we take a 4-step process, and we've just begun the process. The first is scan the horizon. So really understanding what the problems are. I showed you a couple of maps that show where the data are not, and that's the first step in understanding this. But then the next step is understanding, well, of these different barriers that I described, which ones are the key barriers in each of the countries that's not sharing data or that has reduced its data sharing? Because every country is going to have a unique situation that's probably some combination of these barriers. So we have to identify what the barriers are by country, and then we have to bring these countries to the table to propose solutions. It's not the role of scientists, it's not the role of even the IODE to fix all these problems, but it's the role of the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, for instance, and things like the Ocean Data Action Coalition, which has been established by this high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, to bring countries together to see if we can work with them to propose solutions that work at the national level. Once we have these solutions, we have to pilot them. And so we have to work with countries that are willing to make changes to share ocean data, figure out what works and what doesn't, refine these methods. And then once we have those pilot solutions, the goal is to scale that up to all 150 ocean countries. So by the end of this ocean decade I mentioned, in 2030, we can have data being shared into the World Ocean Database by all 150 countries, and we'll have a much better understanding of ocean processes if we do that. The key to all of this is really understanding that we all have a role to play in data sharing. We often think about it's just the scientists and the engineers that can collect data, but it's more than just collecting data. It is really making the process of data sharing part of our way of doing business as people, as scientists, as industries, and as countries. And that really requires that we have regional leaders that understand the importance of data sharing and are willing to champion data sharing. We've seen some of that leadership by the 15 countries that have participated in the high-level panel. We see that leadership at the IODE level in the countries that have continued to share data, but we need more of those regional leaders. We need ocean leaders that really call out the importance of data sharing and achieving our ocean goals. We need subject matter experts. We have historically thought about ocean data as a technical and scientific problem. But as I've shown you, that the getting ocean data from the sensor into the hands of planners is more than just a technical matter. It requires experts from political science, organization, behavior, finance, psychology, really across the board. Now, many of you are students, and students have a large role to play in this because students will be future leaders. So if you're thinking about a future career in ocean science, I really encourage you to think broadly about what ocean science means. Consider becoming a data scientist, consider becoming a data manager, consider becoming an administrator, because we need good administrators at the government level who can make sure that data sharing is part of the way governments work. You name it. We all have a role to play here in collecting and sharing data. And then we also have to make sure that these data are used. So if we have a demand for data at the highest levels of governance and industry, then that creates a pull for more data sharing. And then, of course, funding is a big issue. And ultimately, it's voters that determine how governments are funded and people. And so you can act as a champion for the role of data and being part of our global commitment to a healthy and productive ocean. So I want to thank you for listening to this. I really am looking forward to coming back and answering your questions at the end of this conference. And I really want you to put your thinking caps on and think about what you can do to help both collect data, but make sure the data are shared globally and in a way that people can get their hands on these data. Because if data are shared and no one can find them, or it's too difficult to find, really, what's the point? The goal is to get data into communal data sources that everyone has access to so we can all work together for a healthier and more sustainable ocean. Thanks again, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Dr. Linwood Pendleton, for your insightful presentation. We will now take a break. Please be back at 10:10. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the presentations by university and high school students of their proposals by using ocean science to solve problems confronting our ocean. AIT and OAC have called for proposals from universities and high schools. Out of all the 22 proposals received, the best 10 were selected to be our finalists. The 10 finalist teams will present in front of our panel of judges today to compete for cash prizes and certificates. Please allow me to introduce our panel judges. Dr. Chen Tai-dong, Dean and Distinguished Professor, National Kaohsiung University of Science and Technology. Dr. Jia-In Jessie Ke, Associate Professor of National Taiwan University. Dr. Chun-Lin Chen, Professor of National Cheng Kung University. Dr. Tang Kang Liu, Professor of National Cheng Kung University. And Dr. Fan Tong Yun, Director of Coral Research Center, National Museum of Marine Biology and Aquarism. Our judges will decide the winner based on the following criteria: precision, clarity, creativity, feasibility, and effectiveness. Each team will have 10 minutes to present their proposal. After the presentation, the judges will each have 2 minutes to comment or ask questions. Without further ado, let's invite our first team to present. Please welcome team, The Damaged Use of Sunscreen Towards the Marine Life, a study of the dying coral reefs in Taiwan, NEMO, from Mingchuan University in Taoyuan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shania, and this is Helena. We are from Team NEMO, and we are here to talk about an ocean issue that we felt is important. And our goal is not to try convincing you to buy the product, but we want to try to show you that it can help to improve the roots of the problem in order to educate the public on the very important ocean concern. We want to take this opportunity to thank you for allowing us to come for this Ocean Challenge 2021. Our topic today is the damaging use of sunscreen to marine life, a study of dying coral reef in Taiwan. This is our presentation outline. And now I'm briefly introduce Taiwan marine area and popular marine attraction. Taiwan coastline is 1,566.3 kilometers. And this is Fulong Beach in Taiwan. This one is called Laomei Coast, in Chinese called Laomei 绿石藻. And the next one is called Dawan Beach, which is located in Pingdong. The last one is the most famous one, which is called Kenting. Like, do people in Taiwan like to go to the beach? Please look at the picture. Yes, water activity in Taiwan are the most fun item that for everyone in summer vacation. Recently, because of the COVID-19, the domestic tourism has started to rise. And to prevent the sunburn in the hot summer, everyone will wear the sunscreen, which silently becomes the invisible perpetrator of bleached coral. Coral proves the food and the shelter for 25% of world's marine life, and they are an important role for the health and marine ecosystem. However, in the face of the climate change and human activity threats, coral reefs around the world are getting worse.
So what happens when they're gone? Everything that happens in life, including in the ocean life, is just like a domino effect. It's called the mass destruction. When one is destructed, when one is taken, everybody else, everything else will be affected. Let's take this COVID-19 virus, this pandemic as an example. When one person is infected, it's really, really fast for the other people to get affected as well. It's the same with the marine life. When one coral reef is sick or it's destructed, then the fish and everything that resides inside the ocean, it will be gone or it will be sick as well. So it's not the only thing that might happen. The other thing that can happen is that when they're sick or when they're gone, of course, it could be unappealing for the coral-based tourism, or worst, the coral-based tourism might be gone as well in the near future. And when it's gone, what will happen? It will lead to job losses. What will happen when we have so many unemployment already in this world? And what if when the coral reefs are broken, the ocean life are disrupted, and it leads to job losses? And the worst of it all is that the disappearance of marine life. When it disappears, it's not only the marine life that will be gone, but humans too, because we are highly attached to the water ecosystem. So here are the main issues about coral bleaching in Taiwan. There are three main issues actually. The first one is climate change, the high temperature, the rising temperature. It's getting hotter and hotter every day. And the second one is the pollution, the harsh pollutions that we've been facing for decades. But our main concern is that the use of sunscreen. Why? Because we're youngsters. We're youngsters. We live by the beach, we love the beach, we love going to the beach, we love water sports, and we love using sunscreen to protect ourselves without knowing that it is harmful for the ocean life. So, Shania?
And in this picture, it's me and my friend. We went to Penghu for snorkeling last summer. And before we went into the sea, the coach specially told us that we can wear the sunscreen if it's not ocean-friendly product. And the underwater world is the pressure. It's kind of like the other world, the other side of the earth, and such a colorful ecological environment. And you can see the different marine life when you are diving.
Thank you for sharing, Shania. So here are some harmful ingredients that sunscreens have. This is the reason why we have to move. We have to move from chemicals to minerals. So here are our research backgrounds. So every year there are 6,000 to 14,000 tons of sunscreens that's been used and thrown away to the water. And in Taiwan right now, today in Taiwan, we've been facing the worst coral bleaching ever in the last decades. It is actually some organizations actually have already taken some considerations of this. For instance, Taiwan Dive Center has announced the emergency of this issue. So as I said earlier, Taiwan is facing the worst coral achromatic after the last big El Nino 22 years ago. And as you can see the picture, there are 4 kinds of corals. The first one on the very left side is the orange one. It means corals are healthy. And the next one, the yellow one, it means it's level 2. It means the corals are stressed, which is what is happening in Taiwan right now. And number 3, it means coral reefs are really, really bleached. It's already really white. It means they cannot function anymore. And then the last one, the black one, it's gone. So, and not only that, we also worked on more data. So 68% of beachgoers in Taiwan use sunscreen. Can you imagine that? Without knowing that sunscreen is really dangerous for the ocean life. They use sunscreen 2.6 times per going to the beach. And there are at least 3,000 beachgoers daily, which means 52.5 kilograms of sunscreen applied by batters, associating 15.7 kilograms UV filter, possibly liberated. And this data was released last year. So you can see how urgent this issue actually is. And as you can see on our slide, it is one of the world's favorite actors. So he said, think about this. If water is the blood of our planet flowing through Venus, rivers, streams, and into our oceans, what does that make coral? Our heart. We simply cannot survive without our heart. Therefore, it is mandatory we heal and we protect our coral reefs now. So we have several solutions to over the society. The first one is that we would like to spread the awareness because we knew that not so many people know about this issue. This is the result of our own research in Minchang University here, that 8 from 10 people, they don't know about how harmful sunscreens are for the ocean life. And we would like to use the social media diplomacy for this approach. And the second one is maritime policy to limit the use of sunscreen. And last but not least, we would like to come with an innovation of non-harmful sunscreen. We know that it's already in the market, but we also did research why it failed. So we are coming with new, more modern and more acceptable approach for the society today. We expect to have some collaborations with the government, NGOs, and local communities. As you can see on the very right side, we are already in several pages on Facebook, collaborating with several local communities. So here is the cost. So we really expect to spend zero NT dollars, because we expect to have collaborations with NGOs, local communities, and government subsidy. But we have our budget of 2,000 NT dollars per month for the Facebook promotion to get more engagement. And then on the very right side, we are expecting to spend 30 NT dollars for one small bottle for the packaging and everything inside. So this is our Facebook page that we've been working on. Shania, please.
And this is our fans page that we promote our idea and share the knowledge about the ocean issue. On the fans page, we use both Mandarin and English to post some issue about Taiwan's ocean from time to time. And as you can see, we also share some article about marine life, like marine protection, especially the coral bleaching. And when we go into the seaside activity, try to wear the product label ocean friendly. And or you can use other physical sun protection rather than the sunscreen.
So here's our product showcase. We focus on 3 different designs, as you can see, and each name has different meanings. So the last one is our favorite, the one that we think it might be booming in the market because of the spray and how it is easy to be applied to our body. And that's all for today. Thank you so much for your time. And if you have any discussions, any comments, just hit us up, this number or this email address, or please do follow our Facebook as HDay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For the Mingchuan Daxue, thanks for your presentation and thanks for your idea. So here I have 2 questions. The first question is because you mentioned about reduced use of the sunscreen. However, reduced use of sunscreen has been promoted for several years. What do you think you have the difference between your proposed promotion method and other methods provided in the past? Is there any special things, or do you think is there a real chance that you can encourage more people to participate in these activities? And the second question is, you have mentioned the product innovation in your presentation. However, and you also mentioned about the non-harmful sunscreen. However, I did not see the advanced description. Can you say something about that? Thank you.
So here I have a very small question. Okay, minor question. In your presentation, you mentioned that you have 2 solutions. One is to raise the public awareness of this issue, and the second is the invention of less harmful sunscreen. So my question is that I'm more interested in the later solution, which is the invention of less harmful sunscreens. But could you please specify how to gather the funds and how to find and negotiate the right manufacturers that are willing to make this new product, and how to prove this sun-blocking sunscreen function, and how to have the product endorsed by the concerned government, and how to promote this product. Thank you.
My question for you is that I wonder if you have done a legal analysis, because there is a law called Marine Conservation Act. If you harm the conservation species, it's gonna be a criminal offense. If you provide enough evidence that the sunscreen is harmful for the coral reef, you probably can ban them altogether. So that's the first question. And the second question is that you say you're going to invent less harmful sunscreen, and you propose to using titanium oxide. But I just checked on the literature. That one is a little bit toxic to fish. So you may probably solve one question, but you create another question. So I just wonder if you have checked that. Thanks.
So the sunscreen is mainly brought into the sea by people along the seashore, such as scuba divers, free divers, snorkelers, surfers, and swimmers. Then affects corals and other creatures under the sea. So my two questions are, first, how could you connect your ideas and products with these users much better than your competitors? The second is, what is the most creative idea in your proposal? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think this project, I have some question. One is I didn't see the really clear how the project can be drawn in. For example, your project page 10, you mentioned about development of proposal. This project is only the development project is maybe expanded for half year. Yeah, I don't know if this is executed method or not. Yeah, the other one is the funding project is the budget is not clear. Okay, yeah. So you just say collaborate with for social media and also do the some screen material. Yeah, I think you need to have the full budget how you to run in this project. Okay, that's my question. Thanks.
Well, for the first question, we will be customer oriented and we must focus on the interest group that customer care about. For example, we will focus on the computer group we are not that familiar with, so we are focused on the student group rather than the other group.
I'm gonna add for my colleague's answer just now for the first question. How will we reduce the use of sunscreen? So our main answer is that we will use social media diplomacy. So based on our research, what has failed in the past in the market is that because the product and the knowledge, the information about this issue is not well promoted, so people don't really know about this current situation. We also did a research in International College in Miniature University, and 9 out of 10 students, when we had conversations about this issue, about the harmful use of sunscreen to the coral reefs, they don't know about it. So we will use the social media diplomacy to spread the awareness and to reduce the use of sunscreen. And then for the question number 2 about the product description. So our main goal is to change the vision of using chemicals that are in the sunscreen to minerals. So as we mentioned as well in our presentation and in our proposals, so basically in sunscreens, there are several ingredients such as ODP, PABA, nano, titanium, octoroylene, benzophenone, and etc. And what we want to do here is that we would like to change those chemicals into minerals such as zinc oxide and titanium dioxide. And as for the third question, how to get the funding? In this project, what we would like to do is to do collaborations. So we would like to do collaborations with NGOs, local communities, and we also made a Facebook page. And in that Facebook page, we already collabed with several local communities that talk and who have the same concerns about environmental issues here in Taiwan. And not to mention that we also aim to get fundings from the government. Why we're confident to do this? Because we do believe that if the government has to spend more time to do the research, to talk about the ideas, then they will spend more time and money. So that's why it will be also beneficial for them to collab with collaborations to collab with students or organizations like us to spend to limit their budget, to limit their expenditure, and to save their time as well. Maybe my colleague Shania would like to add, or I can continue to number 4 about the legal analysis. We did not finish any legal analysis yet, but all data that we quoted were all taken from a really reliable resources like BBC, CNN, Taiwan News, Taiwan Dive Center. So we do believe that the data that they have provided were solid. And then as for number 5, again, as what my colleague has said, it's all about social media diplomacy. So that's why, as well as for the question number 6, we made a Facebook page. I can show you right here. I hope you can see it. So our Facebook page is called as H Day Sunscreen. And it talks about, yes, we both can show you our page that has been growing in the past few months. So we update about issues about oceans and the problems and what can we do. And we also ask them questions about how do they feel about this issue and etc. And for number 6 for the project, again, about the funding and the budget, we would like to get subsidies from the government, and we would really happy doing collaborations with NGOs to get their support, to support them.
Thank you, Team Nemo, for your presentation. Our next team is SOS Save Our Sea from the Suzhou University and the National Kaohsiung Normal University joint team.
Hi everyone, we are Group SOS Save Our Sea. Our proposal name is Pen Your Way to SOS. So without further ado, let's get started. So these are our group members. From left to right is Benson, Annie, and Cindy, which is me. So the 3 of us are from Suzhou University, while Doris is from National Taiwan Normal University. So this is the content of our presentation. We'll be starting off with the status quo and problem analysis. Then we'll be moving on to our solution, which is our proposal. Then we'll be ending our presentation with our expected results. So as for status quo, as you can see, due to the time problem, I do not have time to go through each fact individually, but you can see these 4 facts listed are all about the marine pollution around Taiwan. So what I'm just trying to say is that even though it is hard, but it's still important us to know that we have to keep a balance between economy and ocean conservation.
There are many issues related to the marine ecosystem protection, especially in the following 3 aspects. First is the local plastic microbead. As we all know, plastic microbead had a negative impact that harming marine ecosystem, food chains, and human health, which seriously affect the entire marine ecosystem. Second, decreasing the amount of the species. Overfishing and pollution cause sharply decrease of the diversity and affecting the ecological chain. The government should enforce the law so that marine resources could get the preservation. Third, rich seafood culture but lack of the ocean culture. Lack of the basic knowledge about the fish, what affects serious problem which called bycatch. The bycatch lead to the whiteback being eaten, which is the foundation to the food chain. We are supposed to protect the relationship between Taiwanese and the sea should elevate from live to life, and sea culture need to be advocated. We should pay more attention to the changes in Taiwanese marine ecology. Through this proposal, 2 reasons are the mainly we want to appeal. We hope to raise people's awareness of the importance of preserving marine ecosystem and essential for everyone to be aware of the marine ecosystem protection.
Next is the highlight of our presentation, which is our proposal. There are 3 things we must do to change this current situation: education, legislation, and research. Due to the limited resources and abilities of being students, we believe that it would be more feasible if we start with education. With the combination of modern technology, we hope to raise people's awarenesses of marine pollution. We will create an online platform to call on people in Taiwan to take pictures of the polluted marine environment and upload it to our website. So how does it work? We're here to give you guys an actual example. We have made a simulation of our website. So as you can see, you can go to our website at www.sos.com, where you will see this pop up. So on this map, you can see a red pushpin, which means this area is currently polluted. So take me, for example. I'm currently in Kaohsiung, and I would like to join the beach cleanup on April 10th in Qijing. So I would just click here right on it. And this would show up on your screen. So if you really want to join us, just click here on the Join Us button. And you just have to fill up some basic information, and we'll see you on the day of the cleanup. So suppose that today is actually the day of the cleanup. We have actually really did this in person, so we made a vlog. So you can see what it really looks like on the day of the beach cleanup. So here you go.
Hi everyone, we are Group SOS Save Our Sea, and today we are here in Qijing with our friends! And today we are going to do a beach cleanup here, right over here in Qijing. So let's see what happens. Come on,
go! Life is a winding road, no telling where it goes. Driving through days and nights, won't stop for traffic lights. And I really wanna know if I will ever figure out where the road goes. Even if I'm falling down, I will keep on searching for my highs. You can say I lost my mind, I will keep on holding my head high, even if the sky is falling down. Jumping from cliffs so high, trusting our wings to fly. Sometimes we're crashing down, but we get up and start from the ground. And I really wanna know if I will ever figure out where the road goes.
So these are the different kinds of trash we collected on the day of the cleanup. And what we found most interesting was actually this one, which is a fishing net. So we made a graph out of all the type of trash we collected and found out that the most one was actually consumer waste. So we should really stop littering. So after the cleanup, you can take pictures of the trash you collected and upload the pictures to our website. And once we approved it, you can see that the red push pen turns into a green one and has the date stated on it. And once this is all complete, it means that you have completed a whole day of cleanup.
Our solution is to build the online platform dedicated to the protection of the coastal environment of Taiwan, so we can work with the world sport lovers and educate the general public, and how to change the state of the environment. The website divided to 5 parts, which is home, about us, join, blog, and contact. First is a home. We use some images that combine the ocean and environmental protection. Through the article and picture, people can know what we do and the way this platform works. Second part is about us. We put some our thought and the origin of the team. People can use this part to get to know the team members better. Third part is join. We have detailed website operation explanation to let people better understand how to use this website step by step, and you can also see the beach that has been cleaned out recently.
Next, come to the blog. Through the Pedro blog, our team can record every event we take part in. Like in the picture, you can see what we did in Qijing. Otherwise, not only the event, we can also propaganda any information that is related to environment protect or knowledge about marine conservation. In other words, we can post and share the important information through the blog. Finally, the most important thing, contact. If you want to join us, here in our website can contact our team. In this information age, our team realized that the influence of social media cannot be ignored, so we will promote our team through Facebook and Instagram. And also we found that nowadays, many KOL on YouTube can arouse many people, so we will cooperate with some outdoor online celebrity. Then comes to sustainable development. Our team hopes through our action, we can bring our contribution more sustainable and keep the influence being more strong. Like first step, beach cleanup. We will reuse the trash we collect on the beach, use them to make eco bricks. Second, cooperation with organizations. After every beach cleanup, we will use the waste we collected to make eco bricks and send them to Taiwanese company, which is a company whose goal is to find solutions for plastic pollution. And last, digitalization. We will digitize the quantity, distribution range, and the kinds of ocean waste we collected after every beach cleanup. All the information will be public and accessible for academic research. And here is how we describe our job.
And here's our work schedule, divided into 4 parts: platform operation, online promotion, offline promotion, and network development. And this is our budget control. Total expense is $668,000. However, the more we get into it, the more we notice that the ocean is not as beautiful as we thought. So we decided to take action to change it. And our goal is not only for of these expected results, but also spread awareness of the marine conservation. We believe through our proposal solution, we can motivate all of you to come join us, make our ocean a better place.
So this is our presentation. I hope you guys enjoy it. Stay home and stay safe.
I have 2 questions for you. The first question is, there are different levels of governments from local, national, and international, and many institutes are already doing this. Why do you think your platform collaboration and promotion can be better? Second, how can you be sustainable to implement your idea? Do you have any ideas about further arrangement? Thank you.
Okay, I have some questions for your proposal. Okay, in your proposal, you just say that you want to raise people's awareness of the importance of preserving the marine ecosystem, especially in the eastern coastline of Taiwan. And you also say that the solution would be done through the education, legislation, and the research. And your proposals particularly specify to set an online platform to gather information regarding the contaminated areas. Okay, so you focus on the polluted areas. Okay, so my question is that what would be the next step to do if you gather all the information regarding the polluted areas? So I'm just wondering, okay, you know the polluted areas, and what will you do? Will you, or how you mobilize the public to join your initiative to clean the places, and how you get the funding or skills to launch or to support this operation? And I think the most important is that may you please specify more on the purpose of this platform. Is this platform is just to inform the people to get information to clean the beaches, or are any other specific functions that you want to promote? Thank you.
Okay, I have 2 questions. In the solution you propose, you have a step-by-step. And on the first step, you're gonna find a contaminated area, but you didn't define what pollution you're targeting. Is it only focused on marine debris or oil spill pollution or contamination of heavy metal? Because you didn't specify. So I think you need to define what pollution is that you want to target. And then on step 4, you're saying that a conversion of a red to a green one. I just wonder, how did you define how clean is clean? Because after you do the restoration and when you want to convert a red one to a green one, you need to have some criteria. Okay, otherwise, I think it would be more feasible that you define the criteria to turn a red one to a green one. Okay, that's my question.
So your team will create an online platform and start the activity from Kenting and the eastern coastline of Taiwan, hoping to contribute to the protection of the marine environment. My questions are, the first one is, what are the reasons for you to choose these 2 places? And in your slide, I saw you went to Qijing and plan to Yeliu. And what's the reason you go to other places? Then the second one is, why can this online platform stand out from the existing platforms? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. This project, I think you do the good in the problem analysis and the reason for the proposal. But totally, I didn't see how you want to perform in this project. Yeah, because it's very short discussing the method, how to want to do this one. Most of your work is just create the platform. Okay, so your budget is only the platform development expensive expense. Okay, so I would like you can provide a more detailed how you, for example, you got from the platform the data, what is you want working for, and how you expect to get this information to improve to reach your goal. Okay, that's my question. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'll be starting first. So as for the first question, one of the judges said that what makes us different from the different levels of government, from local to higher level or other organizations. So we think that because we've joined different kinds of beach cleanups and they're from all different non-governmental organizations or local governments. So we think that all the different kinds of beach cleanups in Taiwan are scattered in various of platforms. So what we're trying to do is that we hope to create a platform that can unify and gather all the information and other kinds of beach cleanups. So this makes the general public easier to follow. So you don't have to go to different organizations for different kinds of beach cleanups. So I think this is the reason that makes us better. And as for the information and data that we gather, we hope that we can use this data to give something to more of the academic research so they can help more for the ocean conservation. And also, okay, moving on to the second one. It's that how do we mobilize the public? So we said in our proposal that we're hoping to create some incentives so to gather different kinds of target groups. So when we start our platform, we're hoping that our main target group will be young adults and teenagers. So ages are like us. And when we gain more visibility and we have a good reputation, we hope that we can move our target group to the overall elders and the general public, so all people can join us. And as for the incentives, that we have thought about that, and we thought that once you finish a beach cleanup, you'll be able to collect something called the ocean coins. And once you gather like 10 of the ocean coins, you'll be able to exchange some gifts like eco-friendly tableware or environmental friendly towels, soap, and small stuff like that. So we're hoping that we'll be able to create incentives to attract more people to come join us. And as for funding, because we do not have because we're a startup platform, we do not have a lot of money to work with. So as for the advertising and promotion, we're hoping that we can ask for KOL cooperation. And because we are into ocean activity, so we know actually a lot of small influencers who can actually actually help promote our platform for free. So we'll be starting with that to gain more visibility. And after that, once we get a good reputation and we gain more visibility, we're hoping that we'll be able to gain sponsors and that we'll be able to put some advertisements on our website to gain some revenue. So maybe the other of the members want to answer the rest of the questions.
Okay, and now I'm going to answer the question is why we choose the Eastern Beach, and next is why we choose Qijing for our beach cleanup. And first we choose the Eastern Beach of Taiwan is because it's the first place our team member noted, and also we think that is the most important beach of Taiwan. And second, why we choose Qijing is because it is the middle place of our group member, because we are from Taipei and Kaohsiung, and Qijing is the middle place for us to can have a beach cleanup. And the second question is, what can list on the platform outstand than other? As mentioned before, we think our platform can unify all the information in here and for everyone to search more easily. Okay.
This is another judges talk about. We didn't define what pollution we want to target about, and we want to say like recently the CPC incident, the oil pollution now in Xiaoliuqiu, like this accident, and our group will want to promote like we will gather other people on our platform to maybe to go to Xiaoliuqiu to fix this pollution. And so the main pollution we want to target is all the marine problem, like this accident or some cleanup beach activity or other problem.
Thank you, Team SOS, for your wonderful presentation. Our next team is Saving Marine Life using Smart Art Program International Smart Art Conservation Team from the Changrong Christian University.
Hello everyone, I'm Raha Islam and we are participating from Changjung Christian University in the Ocean Challenge 2021, and we are presenting our project Saving Marine Life using Smart Art Program. And the team members are Nathan, Morris, Raha, myself, Cindy, Sammy, Natty and Michael, and our advisor is Shay Eating. Here are our contents: introduction, material and methods, expected results, discussion, conclusion, and references. So for the introduction, the motivation behind doing this, the reason behind doing this project is to protect the beaches of Xiaoliuqiu Island. And the reasons why we are thinking about the problem is irresponsibility, runoff, leaching, open landfills, tourists, because when there are tourists, there are lots of trash, and which leads to pollution and marine debris, and which also follows to the human health hazard and threaten to sea turtle. So our story, as a PhD student, we have been doing lots of conservational activities like river watch, water monitoring, marine life patrol. So that encouraged us to take this project one step further, where we can actually do it in a wider scale. And as we have always, every year since 3 years now, we have been doing the sea turtle conservation project in Xiaoliuqiu Island. So that was actually the main motive and the main motivation behind taking this project a step further, where we can do in a wide range for protecting sea turtles in Xiaoliuqiu Island, because Taiwan has plenty of it and they are also endangered. So that was the main reason. So now I will request my fellow colleague to come and proceed with the further presentation.
Thank you, Raha, for warmly welcoming. I'm Michael Shana, and I'll start from here. In our project, we're going to use the marine debris to create special installation art, such as insect houses and percussion workshop. Here is our materials and method. In our project, we're going to deal with 3 main aspects, which are air, land, and water. In air, we're going to have drone survey for the sea turtle hotspot and for the trash hotspot. And also for the land, we're going to deal with cleanup nesting habitats and monitoring station. And for the water, we're going to deal with photo ID, whereby we're going to identify sea turtle by their facial. And also in water, there is citizen science. During survey, there is some stages, whereby the first stage, drone will do survey in the ocean, and the drone will help us to do mapping, and we can recognize the places which there is sea turtle hotspot and the collection of the trashes. Second stage, soon after the drones collect the data, and then the data will be sent to the smart art for the further process. And after the data has been sent to the smart art, and then the citizen, they can get information about the smart art. And at this time, I would like to welcome my fellow member to proceed from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for this opportunity. I would like to continue from here regarding water. As Michael has briefly explained, we have the smart station, which we will start with the air method, whereby we use the drone to collect information. Regarding the water, as Ra has also explained, we had a good experience in Xiaoliuqiu, especially in terms of the citizen science aspect, which is the sea turtle conservation. And from the water aspect, we would like to promote the facial recognition of sea turtle identification. Through this method, we want to also encourage citizen science, as after they get the information from the drones about the hotspots of sea turtles and the trash, they could go out there, find that sea turtle, take pictures while diving, and even collect trash on the way and come back. So that's the water aspect. As you can see here, this is also the major aspect. This is the most important one, which is the land aspect. It's the smart art station. This smart art station has an exhibition in which we can have multiple groups of people to display their own art of made from trash, for example, like trash to treasure kind of thing. And then we have a display area whereby we can see some monitors here and there, whereby they will display different information regarding sea turtles, trash, and even climate and some other important things. And then on the last area there, you can see a group of people walking towards trash bins. Those trash bins, they are just there to showcase, for example, a kind of survey where they can take the trash, they can take trash bag and then go collect the trash from their nearby beach, and then come and store and collect data here regarding how much they have collected, how much they contribute in the marine cleanup, beach cleanup. So as you can see from the right-hand side there, it's where people can go to join the trash cleanup, beaches cleanup. And on the left-hand side, you can see that there's a display center in the area whereby we'll display different information, especially for sea turtles and for plastic and other trash hotspots. So this reaches for stage 4, whereby they will collect the data when they receive it and in the first place. And then they will come back again to sort and weigh out whatever they collected. For example, for the trash, they can sort the waste that they have collected from different types, like plastic and other types of trash. Then they can store this data, interpret it, and then they will process the data, and then they will display the data. This is mostly about the environmental education aspect of our project, because we will be encouraging people to learn more about their actions and how it influences the environment. We will display the different types of information for them and encourage them to go for the citizen science and for social responsibility in Xiaoliuqiu. And we expect that our results will combine different types of sectors in Taiwan. For example, it will start from us, the IPSD students in CJCU. We will be connected to JGI, the Jane Goodall Institute, a popular institute, non-organizational institute in Taipei, in which they are also doing a Roots and Shoots program in Taiwan. This Roots and Shoots program focuses on social, community, and environmental projects that will help people understand more about the environment and also go for environmental conservation. It all started from Dr. Jane Goodall, and I'm pretty sure all of you know about her because she's very famous. So this Roots and Shoots program could be led by JGI to start a Roots and Shoots club in the Xiaoliuqiu schools. We have 3 schools there, elementary, high school, and middle school. So we can have those people participate in the Smart Art project through exhibitions as a first stage of the project. It will attract more people to Xiaoliuqiu, and we can also bring more people to join the Smart Art Monitoring Station area, whereby they are able to go for understand the land methodologies, air methodologies, and water methodologies by voluntarily doing actions. For example, for the water methodologies, they could just go swim and take pictures of sea turtles, or ask the scuba diving company to take pictures for them, and then they can take those pictures and provide it to the monitoring station. They could also, if they're bored a bit, they can even go collect the trash from the land area, the beach area, and then they put it into Smart Monitoring Station. These will ensure that citizen science and sea turtle conservation being accomplished. The impact we are looking for is having a big collaboration between our university, the Jingula Institute, the NGOs around us, the government of Taiwan, and the local communities in Xiaoliuqiu, including the community leader, volunteers, Roots and Shoots Club, local schools, and diving companies, and especially tourists. So we are trying to achieve Sustainable Development Goals 4, 14, and 17, quality education through environmental education, life below water by sea turtle conservation, and partnerships for the goals, whereby we will want to achieve this impact as an impact result of collaborating with the government and the JGI to achieve citizen science and sea turtle conservation. This is what we want to do. We also want to connect Taiwan's marine conservation experience to our home countries and even to the rest of the world. We can collect as much data as possible with the help of people, citizen scientists, to collect this data, store it in a cloud, and then be able to share with other researchers around the world, especially in the ones who are focused in Asia Pacific, or also even specifically Taiwan, and even more specifically Xiaoliuqiu. We want to achieve a global effect. We are trying our best to think globally and act locally, and we want to ensure sustainability through citizen science as well. Each and every aspect and stage of this promisingly wide project exists to symbiotically progress one another, resulting in a cross-efficient synergy that solves a multitude of issues via collective solution of the International Smart Art Conservation Project in Taiwan. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I hope you have enjoyed the introduction of our Smart Art project. Thank you.
Okay, for this team, I think you have an attractive topic. I do like it. However, I have a very fundamental and a big question to ask you. So this question is because in your presentation, you mentioned you have the couple stage, including survey and mapping, and then send to the smart art. And you ask the people to collect data, and after you collecting data, and you will do the sorting and waiting about all of the ocean garbage. However, I'm wondering, because in your presentation, in your idea, you try to use the drone to do the survey and mapping. And then when you send back to the smart art, and you will ask people to to do the diving and collection the data. So the only question and the biggest question I want to ask you, do you think you can really do that at the same time? For example, when you have the garbage picture, or when you have the other pollution picture, but when you connect, or when you try to ask people to do that, to collect it directly, however, you have the time lag. And so do you think your method can be really workable or not? Thank you.
Okay, so regarding your proposal, as my understand, you the wheels a lot on the smart art or the intelligent system. We say it's an IoT, Internet of Things. Okay, but I read read carefully your proposal. It seems to me that your proposal is just to propose a solution, which is to create spatial art installations to provide information or to inform the general public of the marine litter problem. Okay, so my question is, I wonder how smart art installations relate to the IoT. Okay, from my understanding, you just propose a piece of the art installation made from marine debris. So I don't know the connection. Could you please specify or elaborate more on the connection between the IoT or the intelligence system and art installation? And how long will the installation last? And how you promote the ocean conservation through the art installations? Thank you.
Okay, I have two questions for you. First one is that I know you that your goal is to conserve the sea turtle, but I don't know why you need to do the facial recognition of each individual turtle. For me, I think the population number is more important, but I don't see your purpose. Or why do you need to identify each individual turtle? It's not like the white dolphin, the Chinese dolphin. You don't need to identify each one. And besides, it's not easy to take picture underwater. We are educated to, stay away from the marine turtle, and then you want to take picture of them. They're probably a threat to them. And then the other one is that when you conserve the sea turtle, you want to prevent them from threat. So what I see is that their threat, first one, probably the rarely fishing gear, and the second one is their habitat when they're laying eggs. But you want to use the aerial camera, you're probably going to find out their migration, corridor, but you don't protect their habitat. I think that's one of the problem. I'm not sure if you can see those. Thank you.
I think to develop this project of smart art monitoring station to save marine life at Xiaoliuqiu is very promising. The budget looks reasonable. My two questions are, the first, what is the most difficult work and its solution in this project? The second is, do you know any local key people they can make this project success? Thank you.
Okay, my question is that you mentioned the smart art program. Okay, so how you say the smart art? Okay, smart art. So it look like this project. It look like some environmental education for maybe education for the turtle. Of course, to save the turtle, but many people working on this project. So can you show me the what's the difference your project with before the many work on this save the turtle? Yeah, just to mention your what's the difference and how you measure the advantage for this project. Okay, thank you.
So for the first question, it was about why do we have the drones collect the data and then we have the people collect the same data? The answer is very simple. The drone is just there to collect the quantitative data, simply the number of hotspots of sea turtles and trash. While for the people, they're there to collect the qualitative data, the quality of the data. What type of trash is there and the identity of the sea turtles. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I'll go ahead. Can you hear me? I'll go ahead and answer some questions. For the first question, survey and mapping, the judge asked about, is this method really workable? I think this method is very workable because we have experience of 3 years in doing the same thing, conservation education in Xiaoliuqiu Island. It's workable because we have been practicing it, and we did trash collections, and also we did the ocean the citizen science, the part of taking pictures of sea turtle. So this method is really workable because tourists also like it, and they were very impressed by our efforts to conserve the sea turtles and marine. About the second question, they judge us about, it seems like we are creating solution, but I think the answer here is about we can protect the marine conservation by the art installation and the IoT, because nowadays we need data. People or researchers from far away who cannot go up to Shaoliocho, they need data from this computer system, from this technology, from the smart art. Smart art doesn't just do collection of trash. It also install the data in the system, in the computer, and we also will receive from the database. So people from different areas, for example, Taiwan Ocean University, we have been collaborating with them. They can access our data and do their research very well. And about the third question, how do we ensure that facial recognition is possible? Actually, it's not a threat because we have 3 years experience. Remember, we did this. We also did diving, and we also did snorkeling, and we took pictures of sea turtle, and it's allowed. There is a specific legal distance that you are not supposed to go further. So we will keep that distance and make sure that the sea turtle they don't undergo under any kind of threat. We protect them because we are trying to find out how many sea turtles is also one of the fourth question. How many sea turtles are available in our island in Iliocho, so we can quantify the number. After quantification, we can know how to deal with that conservation strategy, because we need data to know how many are they, and if they are reducing or they are increasing. We need to know, because we also protect their nesting habitat, because Iliocho is the most biggest nesting habitat of sea turtles. And also for the fifth question and the fourth question, the judge asked about local people. Do we know any local people? Actually, we have been there for 3 years. We know the chairman, the village chairman. We also know some NGO working in Liocho. We also have link to the schools, elementary school, junior high school in Liocho. So we actually have a link of people who, even though we are not in Liocho, can make our project work. We will coordinate with Jane Goodall's Institute and create a club in the local school, in the local elementary school. This is to empower local people. These local people will be empowered to take the chance and work in this project, not just ourselves. That's why we want to do partnership between organizations and local people, also tourists. This will make a project very, very amazing. And also, how about the difference, the fifth one? Actually, people have been doing this. So our difference, we want to make sure that we install this smart art, because many people don't have easily seen art. So that's why we want to install smart art to act as environmental education, and also to give education to tourists who comes to Liocho. Thank you. Maybe my colleagues may add if we still have time.
Oh, okay. I would like to add something. Yeah. Okay. Basically, there was a question talking about IoT. How do we connect to IoT? We're saying this thing is a smart art. A smart art where it comprises of sensors, which no one is going to tamper with the art, but the art itself will be able to collect the data from the drone. First, the data is divided into two parts. The first part is the drone will collect the.
Thank you, International Smart Art Conservation Team, for your presentation. Our next team is Let's Become Magicians of the Ocean Plastic, Teen Ocean Sustainable Envoys from the Taipei Municipal Jinmei Girls High School.
Hello everyone, my name is Shine, the team leader of Teen Ocean Sustainable Envoys. Now, let me introduce our team. First up is our team instructor, Teacher Ho. Next up are my team members, who are Vicky, Erica, Eileen, and Annie. Here's the table of contents. For our presentation, we divided into 3 primary sections: motive, implementation, and expectation. Does anyone know how much marine litter was cleared from the coastlines of Taiwan in 2020? It's 5,850 tons, and approximately 310,000 plastic bottles occupied 18.7% of the total waste, making them the biggest amount of marine litter being produced.
There are four main causes of marine pollution: plastic waste, invasive species, carbon emission, and industry. First, let's talk about plastic waste. A candy rots need 5 years to biodegrade, whereas plastic bottle need almost 450 years. As for the impact of industry, thermal power is the biggest source of pollution in Taiwan, which also seriously damages the marine environment. Those greenhouse gases produced by thermal power will make our ocean acidified, further making an impact on marine wildlife, such as coral calcification. Here's the data we found. In the USA, only about 4% of plastic waste is successfully recycled each year. Then where's the rest of 96%? Furthermore, at least 8 million metric tons of plastic end up in the ocean per year, which really hurts marine life because they cannot distinguish between plastic bags or jellyfish. So they just mistook it for food as a result. As a consequence, from the perspective of the food chain, all consequence will return to humans.
According to scientific studies, beach cleanups cannot cease trash from continuous entry to the ocean, which can only allow the marine environment to have occasional chances to gasp for breath. Therefore, without taking successive actions, beach cleanups cannot have effective things on the environment. As we can see from the analysis and data above, marine plastic pollution is a serious problem. Even though sanitary and management measures are still essential to reduce the amount of production of marine plastic litter, our research tries to shorten the life cycle of the primary killer of marine plastic, which are plastic bottles, from a sustainable perspective. The central objective of this proposal is to combine tourism memories and marine preservation through promoting customized souvenirs made from recycled plastic bottles, which are full of tourism memories. Aside from bringing the journey of plastic bottles to an end, picking up plastic bottles to exchange customized souvenirs on sale can also continuously prevent plastic litter from polluting the ocean. The next part is about the implementation of customizing souvenirs, which includes introductions to process, budget, and products. Although the core concept of the proposal was suggested by proposing organizations like us, the actual participants and executors of this project are actually the countless tourists in Kenting National Park. Referring to research results, souvenirs are the indispensable parts of tourist memories. To collect and make their exclusive customized souvenirs, tourists will not only purchase them, but also more actively pick up and collect the plastic bottles in exchange of cute souvenirs under discount. In this proposal, our customized products have the following highlights: 100% remade from recycled plastic bottles, featured with exclusive patterns of marine species, logo of Teen Ocean Sustainable Envoys, our team slogan, and logo of tourist attractions. As a result, these valuable souvenirs may cease the endless cycle of producing plastic bottles and resolving marine pollution at the same time. For those who would like to save some costs, they can exchange adorable customized products at local marketing channels by picking up certain amounts of plastic bottles. Afterwards, they only have to pay for their purchase and hand in the bottles they collect to receive their unique souvenirs within a few hours. As a result, precious tourist memories can stimulate the cycle of recycled plastic bottles made into souvenirs, accelerating the cycle of recycling plastic bottles.
Now, I will briefly introduce our products. As we can see the three pictures in our presentation, these are products that we expect to make, which are bags, beach balls, and water bottles. In addition to these products, others such as proposals and sandals are still under development. Like the beach ball in the middle, this is made by recycling bottles and it will be printed on Kenting's unique marine conservation creatures. Also, they can be customized with names and iconic parts of tourist attractions. These souvenirs are featured with environmental protection concepts and touring memories, which are very worthy of our collection.
As for the budget, it can be explained in 4 different categories. The first one is production cost, which includes recycling, transport, and reproduction cost. And the second comes the facility cost, which includes particular marketing channels that provide customization service. And the third is our promotion cost, which includes all the fees for setting up websites on social media, official websites of tourist attractions, websites of marketing channels, and brick and mortar like restaurants to promote our preservation activity. And the fourth is our seminar expense, which aims at local stores of tourist attractions to inspire them to be part of the marketing channels, to strengthen the effectiveness of our proposal.
First is the tourist perspective. Through our products, tourists will have more motivation to participate in marine conservation activities. Kenting National Park can implement green investment through some environmental protection plans. Marine preservation and touring memories can create cleaner ocean and higher revenues.
Local hotels, stores, restaurants, just like service providers and protecting this place in Kenting National Park. And recycling factories can also earn more revenues and expand tourism through green investment. Then there are environmental organizations. The profit of our products will be donated to iOcean, WWF, to contribute to the protection of the ocean.
Lastly, I would like to end this presentation with our central spirit, which we hope that our project is feasible to the public by starting small, such as using no plastic today, thinking of green sustainable ideas, and eventually coming together to save the ocean. Thank you for listening.
So, okay. First, I would say I do like your slideshow. It's clear, interesting, and cute. But we have 2 questions here. The first, because your team suggested we will use the marine waste as the souvenir or as a gift. But do you think the process when generating this souvenir or this gift will pollute or create more carbon emission or other kinds of the land-based waste during the whole process? And how do you think for the purchase intention? And if this kind of the souvenir or gifts cannot have the low efficiency to be used in the future, and do you think it will finally still be the ocean garbage as well? And the second, and in your presentation, I did not really find that. Do you think the source of this kind of the souvenir, I mean this kind of the marine garbage or marine debris, it's coming from the beach cleaning activity or from tourists themselves? So because they want to do this souvenir, so will they buy more plastic bottle for souvenir production, and then you still create more marine waste or marine garbage? Thank you.
Okay. The core concept of your proposal regarding collecting plastic bottles, okay, recycling them, and make recycling them and make products, and then finally sell to the tourist. So my questions, okay, my question are that the key the factories are very the factories that can make products from the plastic bottles is the key to this project. So I wonder how you find the factories that are willing to join your project. Do you have any specific or practical ways to encourage them to join your project? And the second question is how to collect and transfer these plastic bottles picked up by tourists to the recycling factories, given tourists can pick up plastic bottles anytime and any location on the shore. Would you please specify more on the logistics? Okay, logistics, including the planning of human resources and the budget necessary for this project. Thank you very much.
Okay, my question for you is that, do you do the cost analysis for this? Because I just checked the recycling company, they can redeem $5 every 100 bottle. And now you are redeeming them every bottle for like $5. So that's a big difference. Do you gonna end up that all the recycling company go to your souvenir store to redeem their plastic bottle? So I think that's the loophole in your design. And the second one, that your souvenir gotta be very attractive, otherwise people don't buy it. And maybe some tourists, they just want a coffee mug or a T-shirt. Are you running the risk that all your souvenir gonna piling up in storage in the souvenir store? You need to consider that. Thanks.
So your team mentioned the souvenirs will be made from recycled plastics and featured with adorable sea species in Kenting National Park. I have two major questions. First, so you say after 6 hours later, the visitors will have your unique and personalized branded souvenirs. Within this short of time, how could you make it? The second is what do you think? Which sea species is the most adorable for most of the visitors? And what will be the most popular products, bags, beach toys, or water bottles? And what's the reason? If you can predict correctly, you can well prepared for it. Thank you.
Okay. For a high school team, I think this project is more practical. Also, some can be work. Yeah, for high school. But it's my question is your university located in Taipei, how it chose in the Kaohsiung? Because most your work is more practical in the field. So if you choose the Kaohsiung for the traveling and how you work, yeah. So this is also reasonable. Yeah, if you want to say this to collect the plastic. So the plastic maybe not really from the tourist. If you cannot working in the field very open. Yeah. So some work will be difficult. Can you explain how you chose in the Kaohsiung or in Taipei in the school? Thank you.
So first of all, I would like to thank the committees for questions. And referring to the questions that the committees just asked, we separated them into 5 main parts. So the first question about possible situations for causing more greenhouse gas emissions or marine litter, our team has actually put that negative factor as a part of our project planning, which we are still having discussions about other solutions, like creating jigsaw puzzles, lamps, ornaments, artwork, or furniture, which is also featured with other patterns of marine species, without having to recycle and remake them, which can be directly made into products full of artistic value. which may further achieve the goal to decrease the amount of marine plastic and eventually stopping the final cycle of recycling plastics. And as for the second question about what factories collaborate with us to make our products and how we assure the source of collected plastic bottles, our project not only earns revenues from forthcoming tours in Kenting National Park, but also compelling factories that are interested in our project, which may benefit from popular souvenirs we designed, such as the factories that we have studied about in Zhanghua. Then as to the source of collected plastic bottles, we didn't set a strict standard on that, which means that tourists can also bring the bottles they consumed or picked up from anywhere just to exchange our souvenirs. And as for the third question about how we transport our products and the budget, let me briefly explain to you the process of our products. The first step of the process is to contact factories to transport all the collected plastic bottles to recycling factories. Then the plastic bottles will be shredded into smaller particles to be purified and mixed with coffee beans to be made into the prototypes of our souvenirs. Then lastly, we will choose adequate locations for setting up customization channels, considering costs and the places themselves. Then after these prototypes of souvenirs are made in a way similar to other products made from recycled plastic, the most vital stage is actually the customization of patterns and words based on the customer's demands. So our prototypes will be elaborated within 6 hours. And as for the other possible popular products for our plan, just as stated in our presentation, other kinds of products such as toy bricks of iconic local marine species, water guns, swimming rings, t-shirts, and sun-shading products like parasols and sandals are still under development, which we hope that through developing more typical beach vacation souvenirs, we can make an impression on visitors' touring memories by printing iconic patterns of marine species such as green tortoises and whales, which they are both the most popular marine species in Kenting National Park, and in turn enhance the effectiveness of our plan. Then as for the last question about why we chose Kenting National Park as our project location, our team is trying to start small with our initiatives by focusing on a specific marine tourist attraction in Taiwan, where visitors go most often each year, adding to the fact that Kenting is nurtured with abundant marine wildlife. We would like to restore the previous imagery of our beautiful marine ecosystem. And we believe that not only Kenting can achieve the effectiveness of our primary goal, but also marine destinations across the world can follow the complications of this project. And this will not set the boundary that our school is in Taipei. And we also hope that the forthcoming tourists can devote their hearts to marine preservation while enjoying their trip. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team Ocean Sustainable Envoys, for your presentation. Our next team is from Tainan. Please welcome Team DJCMA, Common Marine Awareness Bit, from the International Bilingual School at Tainan Science Park.
Hi everyone, we are DJ's Common Marine Awareness Bit, a group of high school students that are passionate about tackling the human-caused issues that threaten the sustainability of Taiwan's ocean biodiversity. In this video, we'll talk about, first, the problems that currently Taiwanese oceans are plagued with, second, how we plan to resolve these issues, and lastly, how our proposal is essentially better than the others. So first, why are we here today? From this news article by Taipei News, we could see that Kenting Beach, one of the most beautiful and major beaches in Taiwan, is packed with microplastic debris. Microplastic debris are fragments of plastic that are smaller than 5 nanometers. The problem with this debris is that it has a low decomposability, meaning it does not disappear even after a long period of time, and would remain as fragments that are extremely difficult to clean up. This could damage the ocean in 2 major ways. One, it would disrupt natural marine habitats by remaining in places that ocean creatures inhabit. Second, marine creatures could mistake microplastic debris as food, consuming the plastic made with deadly chemicals and dying as a result. Even worse, the source of these microplastics are us. Microplastics usually enter oceans through waste runoff of industries that dump all waste into their sewage systems without considering the consequences. The most harmful industry would be food industries. In order to make products cost-effective, restaurants mostly use plastics for food packaging. This large amount of plastics not only enter the ocean through waste runoff, but also through human transportation. In other words, many people bring food when they're visiting the ocean and leave the garbage there. Here is a photo that shows Kenting Beach before and after the human pollution contaminated it. This great difference and the issues mentioned above are in the slide before all contribute to why we are here today. To make up for the harms we brought to the ocean by being non-eco-friendly consumers and to prevent further harms from being placed on the ocean by attempting to reduce plastic waste from food industries. Now, we would further look into the plastic issue by examining several statistics.
So the plastic problem. Plastic is the major problem that we see in today's world. But more than 80% of the debris washing up on Taiwan's beaches is plastic, which causes a lot of pollution to the beaches and damages to the ocean by affecting a lot of marine organisms. So as we see in the statistic, plastic bottle caps, PET bottles, and cigarette butts were the top 3 marine waste found on beaches around Taiwan this year, each totaling more than 30,000 pieces, followed by over 20,000 plastic straws in the forest and about 15,000 plastic bags in fish. So onto the problem tree that we made. But the 2 core problems that we identified today are the unsustainable use of packaging material and the improper disposal of litter plastic. So as the problem tree diagram shown, the causes of the unsustainable use of packaging material is due to 4 main things. So number 1, there is an insufficient alternative under the current society. And number 2, people have low awareness regarding those problems. Number 3, there is a high dependency on the plastic due to its convenience and the easiness of the mechanism for producing plastic, leading to the overuse of the plastic. And lastly, the easy usage and access of plastic. Where we see that the effect that this problem brings to our current world is mainly 2 things, right? Firstly, the toxicity of the leachates from the plastic that are being disposed would harm the primary productivity of the marine system and the coral reefs. And number 2, the improper ingesting of the plastic by marine organisms will cause many organisms to suffer and die. But it was found that when the plastic interacts with the fish's stomach, the chemicals that come off the plastic are transferred into the bloodstream and hence causing a liver toxicity and pathology. Like this will not only affect the fish population that consume the chemicals, but it will also lead to the sudden collapses in marine food chain. Now, the second problem that we identified today is the improper disposal of litter plastic. There are 5 main causes that contribute to this problem. But firstly, it's the easy usage or access to plastic, where you can get this plastic at nearly every restaurant. And secondly, there's a high supply of plastic. Thirdly, there are no biodegradable plastics. Fourthly, there is a lack of willingness or incentive for consumers to stop using plastic due to the convenience of plastic. And lastly, there are less visible impacts that are seen in the current society. So we see that the effect that this problem brings to our current world is also the improper ingesting of the plastic by the marine organism, which would cause many organisms to suffer. And this leads to the decline in the biodiversity in our marine system. Now, onto the plan that we propose today to solve these problems identified.
So in our plan, we're first going to talk about the problems and then moving on to the solutions. So the problems we solve are fourfold and encompass those within the problem tree. The first 2 issues are fairly straightforward and look like microplastics and food packaging material that directly pollute the ocean. The second 2 issues are more on a long-term degree. By low awareness, we think of this as people not seeing a direct impact of pollution and believing that marine health is insignificant. This is often caused by many living far away from the ocean and therefore not seeing a lot of the effects. The next issue looks like insufficient alternatives, which makes switching away from plastic bags very difficult. This leads us then to our solutions.
Moving on to the solutions, our solutions would be a better alternative than the currently implemented initiatives. Our solutions solve all of the specific problems we've identified in our problem tree. The solution is categorized into promoting awareness and providing better alternatives. We offer incentives for people to bring in their own utensils, which would reduce synthetic plastic consumption. Our better alternatives include obtaining biodegradable plastic items. We have 3 potential sellers to buy from, including Minima Technology, which is a local technology based in Taiwan. We think it's better for the government to invest in these kind of local manufacturers, which reduce synthetic plastic consumption in the first place, instead of investing in things like beach cleanups, which is more costly and would mean the public will care less about the environment since they know the government is cleaning up after them anyway. We have 2 potential restaurants and more restaurants that are agreeing to our initiative if you endorse it. Now, next onto the social campaigns.
For social campaigns, we have 2 main objectives, which is to increase restaurant chain collaborations and to increase the acknowledgement of our plan. To get restaurant collaborations, we will physically go to restaurants and ask for their permission to put up the restaurants for eco-friendly ratings. Then we would collect the restaurants' data according to the profit they pull and the amount of waste they produce. We then would promote our plan to the public by talking to companies or do public speaking to educate the people and also talk about the benefits to the ocean with our plan and encourage them to show some support for our system. Lastly, we would talk to policymakers to create new policies against harming the ocean with plastic waste from the general public. Next, we would want to convince consumers to choose the restaurants that have our fair ratings. But we need to spread the popularity of the restaurants in order for consumers to see how eco-friendly it is. In order to do that, we created many different social media platforms to promote our plan. Later, we plan on increasing advertising by inquiring influencers to film or promote our plan by introducing it to their fans. Lastly, we would collaborate with non-profit organizations to promote our social media, and in return, we do the same for them. This would spread our ideas across different follower groups, which can boost our popularity. Right now, we've created an Instagram account and a website containing our campaign information. We would appreciate it if you could search us up in the near future. Next, we will introduce the badge system.
The second part of our proposal is the use of badges to identify and reward restaurants that commit to protecting the environment through our system. Our badge system will have 5 tiers, much like the star rating for hotels or like the one you see in the App Store. Each tier will be determined through calculating a combination of different factors, such as the use of alternative disposable utensils and tableware, or the promotion of environmental sustainability to consumers. By doing so, we encourage restaurants to reduce their carbon footprint while making it easier for customers to see that effort and make more informed decisions as consumers. The third part of our proposal is the system app. The system app will feature the badge rating system above, as well as the recommendation and credit system. This is another way to incentivize customers to buy from these more environmentally friendly stores that partner with us with rewards such as vouchers or merchandise. This also allows us to give people more readily available access to restaurants with similar values, as well as a much broader consumer market for the restaurants.
This is a sneak look at our app, which isn't published yet. Our app has 5 features. The important features are today's tops, rating, and DJ points. Customers can earn DJ points by going to our partner restaurants and thus get discounts or similar benefits. The rating feature can be used by the customer, which based on the tire system mentioned earlier would indicate how much environment friendly the restaurant is. This rating would constantly change as customers pour in review and would influence the today's tops, which would show which restaurants seem to be most environment friendly. This specific feature would also work with apps such as City Mapper, so that customers may want to go to a restaurant that is slightly less environment friendly, but also closer. So this concludes our presentation, and thank you for watching.
For this team, I like a problem tree that you design and show in the presentation. They provide very clear pictures for us. Thank you. And I have 2 questions for you. So first, you show the pictures including before and after. Can you let us know when they were taken separately? Because it can let us know the situation and how serious of this problem we need to solve. And second, in your slide and in your content, you mentioned that you want to encourage policymakers to try to adopt your plan as it will be beneficial to general public. However, you did not say something about how can you encourage policymakers. So can you have further explanation about this point? Because I want to know how your idea to encourage policymakers to do this. Thank you.
Okay. Your proposal pointed out two major problems, which is the plastic pollution, and the other one is the improper disposal of food packaging. Okay, and also your team lays a solution, which is to have a credit system for consumers who can collect credits and redeem prices. Okay, and but I have two concerns about your proposal. The first one is that the role of the government is very important to the budget system, since, as your proposal says, it is responsible. It is the government responsibility to conduct checks and the data survey. So I wonder how you motivate, okay, the government, or we say the policymaker, as the previous reviewer says, okay, how to motivate the government to join this initiative, given this job is not its statutory mandate. Okay, do you think it's very practical? It's practically feasible for the government to take over the responsibility to conduct checks? And the second question, I'm also very doubtful about the intention of the restaurants to join this program if they cannot get anything in return, and this program may just only cause inconvenience for them. So in this regard, do you have any specific measures to persuade them or to motivate them to join these programs? Thank you.
Okay, my question for you is that your goal is to prevent the plastic into the ocean. So, but I wonder why you choose restaurant, because do you have to make sure they produce a lot of plastic? But usually the restaurant that I go to, they use like paper bag, and they don't produce a lot of plastic. And in your proposal, you say you want a government officer to like check the rate of contribution of produced waste to the ocean. Most of the restaurants are inland. How did you like evaluate how much waste they produce into the ocean? I think it's gonna be very difficult, and I think that's not government's job to do that. How do you like make sure they want to join you to do this project? And the second one is that usually the restaurant rating is based on how good it tastes. So I also, my question is the same as the previous Professor Chen. How do you like persuade the restaurant to join you in this program? Because it seems it doesn't do a lot of for them. So thanks.
So you mentioned mobile phone-based app will be developed. Do you have any experiments on developing app? What's the time? How long you can achieve this goal? And the second is how much is it? You list 70,000 in the proposal, but 3.2 million in the presentation. It is a big difference. And is there any current app could be used, not developed by yourself? Thank you.
Okay. Basically, I think this project, writing and propose the problem and describing is fine. Yeah. Also, very writing very carefully and clearly. But follow the other the professor talk about. I wonder how it can be worked in the future. Yeah, the practical. For example, do you expect how many restaurants you can invite to join this project? So you should have some plan how many restaurants. Then second one is for your the real action. How can you do the real action? Okay. Also, budget should be more clear to expand for this project. Okay, this one. Okay, thank you.
So I'll be addressing the question about how to incentivize the government, or will it be feasible to the government. So first of all, I think to convince the government, they should understand that our proposal is going to be really cost effective and saving a lot of money on part of the government as well. So for example, if we go to 7-Eleven today, and we get our plastic bag, they sell it to us at the price of 1 NTD. However, when we do more research, we figure out that it costs around 3 to 10 NTD to make a plastic bag, and the government needs to spend an additional 65 to 70 NTD in order to clean it up or through a similar process. So albeit it's going to cost around 70 to 80 NTD just for one plastic bag. Versus if we go for a more biodegradable approach, the most expensive cost we will need to face is around 23 to 25 NTD. And we identify one local source to get this from in Taiwan, which is called Minima Technology. And 2 additional sources will be the Avani group based in Indonesia and the Eco Rights group based in India. Obviously, it will be great if the government of Taiwan can invest in the local manufacturing process instead of investing in things like beach cleanups, because that way we're going to prevent the plastic to reach in the beach in the first place, right? And even if there's going to be some there's going to be some bags in the beach, there will be the biodegradable ones, which would be a better thing rather than having synthetic plastic bags on the beach. So therefore, in terms of investments, it's also feasible for the government, and this is also going to be a great incentive for them to follow up to restaurants. Thank you.
I'll be answering the question about incentives for restaurant and why they would be wanting to join our program. So I think there's 3 parts to this. First is that existing regulations already just kind of incentivize companies to do so. So there's like the compliance of like eliminating all plastic in Taiwan by 2030, yeah, like single-use plastic by 2030. And we think that this kind of like regulatory incentives already exist, and they already are in place to encourage people to comply. Secondly, there's demand. So there is a consumer trend to go green. We think that this is already evident in the way that one of the judges already said about how like restaurants are using paper bags. We think that we need to take that a step further and eliminate all kinds of single-use plastic usage, especially within the restaurant sector. We think that there is already a trend, such as like McDonald's, that is actively using like paper straws, etc. So we think that here the main limiting factor is especially for smaller restaurants, where it's harder to actualize the benefit because they're much smaller and they don't have much of an access, so they have to stick to using single-use plastics. Thirdly, we think that here's using app and gamification, we can actively use the internet to connect consumers and expand the consumer market, giving all of these smaller restaurants access to a broader audience and market, allowing them the chance and opportunity to actually go green. We think that here, plus the active gamification encourages more use of the app, which encourages the engagement, which ultimately increases the market, which means that these restaurants have an active incentive to buy into the system so they can get more people to buy it while also being more environmentally friendly.
Okay, so I'm quickly going to add on to the government incentive and the app question. So I think that the government would have an incentive simply because, one, it's able to boost this national image, given that an institution is actively supporting these like environmental issues, right? So I think that this is one, just a principally example of why these governments would support. About the apps, we think that these apps are going to be specifically designed to be featured with this rating system, right? We think that the features make it very clear as to what each score is to represent, such as like a 4-star rating would mean that this restaurant is very clean, is very adequate and stuff, right? We think that if people wish to rate a restaurant for their taste, you could simply go to these like other websites and platforms, as this app makes it very clear that it's simply directed for the purpose of environmental friendliness. Yeah.
Okay, next I'll be addressing the problem about the app further. So first of all, about the difference in cost breakdown, for us, we actually planned that the 7K would be for the maintenance, daily maintenance or monthly maintenance of the app, while the 3.2 million mentioned is for the initial launch of the app. So this is in order for us to get more professional advice or professional aid in developing this app and making sure that it's accessible to the public. And then next of all, we want to add that actually our app would have a feature where we will create a map that basically rates restaurants based on how eco-friendly they are. So when consumers see our app, they can access this map and see which restaurants close to them are eco-friendly and whether they should make the choice to go to.
Thank you, Team DJCMA Common Marine Awareness Bit, for your presentation. After the 5 excellent presentations, it's now lunchtime. Please enjoy your lunch and please be back at 1:20. So we'll see you back at 1:20. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let's continue our program by welcoming our next finalist to present their proposal. Please welcome Team C-Beans from the International Bilingual School at Tainan Science Park.
Hi guys, we are Team C-Beans. So for the abstract part, in Taiwan, countless negative impacts of pollution in bodies of water have led us to ponder two major questions. How can we prevent this pollution from spreading in the first place? And how can we clean the pollution that is already in the ocean? Despite methods of cleaning up the ocean such as beach cleanups and recycling, there is still an excessive amount of pollution that is undealt with. Our plan has three folds. First, raising awareness of ocean pollution to educate everyone and get everyone involved. Second, proving why sea-beams are the most cost-effective and feasible solution to decrease the ocean pollution. Third, strategically targeting certain bodies of water for the implementation of sea-beams. Next, I'll be talking about the history of sea-beams in Taiwan. The concept of sea-beam has not been put into practice in Taiwan. However, the Taiwanese government has spread the knowledge of sea-beam through ways such as news, magazines, and school courses. Apparently, the government has not done much in action. Most of the reports are what other countries have done and where Taiwan has the most waste. For example, the CTV News has mentioned sea-beam, but they have failed to mention how Taiwan is going to respond. Chinese television system has posted a clip of a scuba diver who made tons of videos about waste in the neurotic zone of Chaojin Park, which was caused by a typhoon. Taiwan's ocean administration has proposed two proposals during 2018 and 2019 about their ongoing actions and future plans. In comparison to the two proposals, the organization has not improved their solution on collecting waste near the shore. And for the status quo or the current situation, as we all know, ocean debris is a very serious problem. Every single year, billions of pounds of trash enter the ocean. Majority of the trash comes from human activity. These pollutants can cause abundant nitrogen and phosphorus in ocean waters, stimulating an overgrowth of algae. Ocean debris can also kill, harm marine animals. Some animals will eat plastic bags as food. Some may also be entangled.
The first part of our solution is spreading awareness. Spreading awareness of our inherent problems because many people do not know what sea-beams are. And for those that do, there's a common misconception that they are ineffective because of their cost and that they only capture trash from the surface of the ocean. We have three methods for spreading awareness. First of all, is fundraisers or selling merch at schools and coming up with poster designs. With these posters around our school, we can educate people on the designs of sea-beams and its efficiency. We will also show locations where people can go beach cleanups. The second part is teaching at camps and our TEDx program. At these camps, we will teach them the importance of sea-beams, but also ask for input on designs of sea-beams itself. Getting companies' attention is hard, not to mention their sponsorships. Therefore, we have contacted and hopefully succeeded in getting our resources and coming in contact with companies to support our plan. The third part is social media or online websites. Especially during the pandemic, a lot of in-person events have been canceled. However, we are not deterred by this and continue to spread awareness through social media. We regularly post about the imminent dangers of ocean plastics, locations in Taiwan that need the most pollution, and benefits of sea-beams. The second part of our solution is promote design competition. Our team's mission is to search for affordable price to build sea-beams and promote around Taiwan. We promoted a sea-beam design competition for students all over Taiwan to design a better sea-beam. The competition not only can raise awareness, but also take the winner's model into action. After successfully building up a sea-beam, we will think of ways to let the sea-beam project continue.
As the name implies, sea bins are bins that collect marine debris on the surface of the water. The most important structures of the sea bins include a main body, a filter, a water pump, and a material that serves as a buoyancy. According to the amount of a sea bin could contain, waste need to be collected manually and continuously in order to recycle and to collect more debris in general. For our solution, we are going to promote a sea bin design competition for students in Taiwan. Due to different circumstances, some with better quality sea bin would cost as much as 114,000 NTD, while some could be made out of recyclings and just cost 2,000 NTD. Therefore, we will set a goal for students to build an affordable and effective sea bin. And the price of the competition our team created to build a sea bin will cost 10,000 NTD in total. Considering the champion will be given 5,000, the second place 3,000, and third place 2,000. The modified champion sea bin that we would be making in the future would cost around 5,000 NTD each. Our team will be making 10 sea bins in this project. We will build 5 of them in the beginning and place them in different coastal, such as Xinbei-si Ruifang-区海岸, the most polluted coastal in Taiwan, to ensure that they work productively and smoothly. After we have taken multiple tests, we would have a general knowledge of the execution and could be able to produce the other 5 sea bins to allow more people to join and promote sea bins. To conclude this section, our team estimates the budget will be around 60,000 NTD. Some might wonder how we are going to be supported, and for starters, to annex the competition, we will be gaining supports by fundraising, events such as selling homemade cookies in the holidays or holding fun games during school events. All in all, our goal is to raise awareness and find solution to force ocean pollution. In addition, we wish we could execute this idea of making affordable sea bins to help Taiwan and countries aboard.
For this team, I have 2 questions for you. First, at present, there are many kinds of the ocean garbage collector developed all over the world. And what are your design different from others? Can you explain more about your special area in the design? Second, in the solution, you raising public awareness is emphasized. What kind of the method do you expect to really improve the awareness of the public? I hope to hear your further explanation, particularly for this part. Thank you.
Okay, your proposal focus on the design of some technical parts in making sea bins. Okay, to as a way to capture marine debris on the surface of water. Okay, so my questions are also related to the technological size of this your design. Okay, the first one is, do you have any ideas on where sea bins are put, such that waste would be collected? Okay, and how large the size of the filter as a way to capture the marine debris, and how much the electricity would be used for the operation of this device 24 hours a day, and how to scoop up collected waste is manually done or and after the debris has been scooped up by hands, how do you deal with this collected waste? Thank you.
Okay, my question for you is that, you know, sea bin is already a commercial product, and you want to have a design competition but you didn't specify what's the problem with their current design. So I want to know what you think regarding the design of the current product, and in your competition, some team gonna win, and based on what criteria? Oh, that's my first question. And then the second one, you say you're gonna put seabed in Tanshui River, but I think in the for the commercial product in their website, they say it's good for them to put in like steady water, probably like in a fishing port or in the harbor. But you choose to put them on Tanshui River. So I don't know why, because you know the design of the seabed, they need to close to the shore so they can take out the debris they collect. If you put in the river, I don't know how you're gonna remove the debris collected in the seabed. So you need to consider that.
So my questions are the first, do you know if there is any plan similar to your seabeds in Taiwan or in other area? What are they compared to yours? The second, what is a reasonable timeline and budget for your project to make it come true? Thank you.
Okay, my question, yeah, your project is very short. It isn't very clear to mention how you're working on this one, and also follow the other professor. The seabed actually very commercial product. So if you want to see, you want to design the seabed, you should show what's the advantage and what's the difference with the other commercial product, okay, for your design, okay. Then second, if you after you design, you should do some function test, okay. So your project, you mentioned some function test, so to compare to the other one and show up your advantage, your benefit, okay. Thank you.
I'm going to be addressing the first question, and they asked why our designs will end up better than the current designs we have. So I think mostly is because of our competition. What we do, the purpose of our competition is to come up with better designs. And what we mean by better is that these designs will be more cost efficient. And right now, the reason why we can only place it in certain places around the world, and which is why we don't have a lot in Taiwan, is because of the cost. We listed some places in Taiwan that this would be really effective. And this kind of leads me to my second point, which is the reason why we put the seabeds in the locations we listed is because these places are the places that are most polluted. And as for the fact that seabeds work better in places in still water, we think that this won't have a large effect on our seabeds in these like rivers, for instance, because the design still works as well in these types of water systems, but then the only problem is about cleaning up. So I think with our after we raise awareness, like many methods as I'll later on talk about, it's really possible to have like the first type, or when we did like implement it at first, we can have some people like clean up the seabeds. And as for the raising awareness, I think fundraisers and teaching at camps and social media are our three main types.
Okay, so I will be adding on to what Kyle just said for the third point. We do realize that this is a far reach, especially for the public education area, but we are glad to state that we have made some progress in this area. We have teamed up with our friends at Earth.org with 11.2 thousand followers on Instagram. And I think this is an extremely good way to reach out to the public youth, especially because this account is managed by a nonprofit youth group that is trying to raise awareness about the dangers of climate change and global warming. So not only are we reaching out to kids all over Taiwan, we're also reaching out to kids all around the globe, hoping we can help inspire some other people like this. We've also reached out to TEDx youth in hopes that we can educate kids around Taiwan about the issue and how it would be beneficial for seabins to be placed in Taiwan. Thanks.
And so we'll probably send the waste cart into like into the garbage cars. So yeah.
I want to add on that we would separate those trash by hands and divide it to categories to recycle it if possible.
No, we're currently discussing, but I can answer some more questions. So regarding to the question, asking that what is our criteria for the competition and how do we choose the winners? Basically, we will be basing our criteria on who is the most effective in the smallest amount of time and who is.
Thank you, Team Seabins. Our next team is from Kaohsiung. Please welcome Team the Operation of Ocean Cleaning and Garbage Pollution Control, Fishing Garbage, from the affiliated Senior High School of National Kaohsiung Normal University.
Committee members and distinguished teams, I'm the captain of Team Fishing Garbage. Today, we'll be introducing our solution to marine debris capture zones. Our teammate Ken will be describing the issue.
The picture on your right side is the one we took in Qijing. As you can see, there's lots of garbage on the ocean. After our investigation, 55% of garbage was man-made. In all man-made trash, styrofoam accounted for the highest proportion of 17%. Another appealing fact that man-made garbage does to our ocean is biological holocaust. 8 million tons of plastic waste are dumped each year, which cause injuries to 7 sea turtle species and trap 800 marine animals in plastic bottles. The traditional solutions to stop this is beach cleanup by labor, just like what we did in last October. But how long can this solution last? Is this the only way we can do to solve this problem?
This brings us to the first solution, capture zones. First, let's take a look at these 4 rivers. These 4 rivers were previously reported to be polluted. These 4 rivers are Agongdian River, Fengshan River, Gaoping River, and Happiness Canal. This led the team to an idea. What if we can intercept the garbage before they get into the ocean? If we can accomplish this, couldn't we solve or at least improve the situation at its roots? So, we've come up with a design called capture zone. The purpose of the capture zone is to intercept garbage from rivers before they enter the ocean. The capture zone is composed by 3 different parts: the floater, the capture fabric, and the ballast. The purpose of the floater is to keep the device floating slightly above the water surface. The capture fabric captures the plastic and other garbage that come along the water flow. The ballast pulls the capture fabric down to the point that it is almost perpendicular to the water flow. When the water flow meets the capture fabric, it will form a downwelling, so fish and other river life will follow the downwelling, but garbage will be captured by this device, not marine life. The most unique part regarding this design is in its floater. Our team has come up with a unique design to its floater and gave it unique features to which other designs do not have. Allow me to explain. This is the design diagram of our floater. In the previous hologram, the floater is represented by a single simple circle. However, in the actual design, the floater is actually shaped as a hexagon. Here, we can see rectangles. These rectangles are there because we have to mount the capture fabric to the floater. Now, for simpler explanation, I'll get them out of the way. Here, we can see the parameters of the floater. The floater is length 2 meters and have a 28 centimeters height. The whole thing is retractable. When it's retracted, it will be a tenth of its original size, which is 20 centimeters. In the center of each floater, there is a tunnel, and in this tunnel, there is a rod. We put a nylon rope into this tunnel and tie it onto this rod. The purpose of it is to connect individual floaters and prevent them from moving horizontally freely. This is what the floaters look like when they are unfolded. Here we can see the detailed parameters of its geometry. And remember the rectangles which I've mentioned. They are located here when the floater is unfolded. And there are 2 holes on these rectangle planks. And there are holes on the capture fabric as well. We tied the capture fabric to the rectangle parts. And here, shown on the hologram, we can see the detailed parameters of these rectangle pieces. Next is the design of the capture fabric and the ballast. The ballast is made out of stainless steel, and they are placed 10 centimeters from the bottom, and between 2 adjacent ballasts, there is a 60 centimeter wide distance in between. The standard length of a capture fabric is a meter. However, because that the capture fabric is replaceable, we can adjust the length of the capture fabric depending on the situation regarding the river we are using. This is perhaps the most unique feature of our system. In other different devices which have similar functions, a gap between 2 adjacent floaters can often be seen. And because floaters float on the very top of the river, if there is a gap between 2 floaters, it will actually cause much garbage to escape from this gap. So, our team believes that by closing up this gap completely, we can catch more garbage. And we done this by wrapping a fabric in between 2 adjacent floaters. The material of this fabric is same as the capture fabric, and the fabric is folded in and mounted by these bolts. There are holes drilled onto the floaters, and after we mounted one, we still have to put bolts onto the other floater. So there is a waterproof zipper on the fabric to make that possible. After we finish the design, it's time to make the prototype. And as shown on the hologram, this is our prototype, and it can be retracted to a tenth of its original size. And here we can see 4 floaters connected together. And when retracted, it can be put inside of a small toothpick box. Time for the simulation. We've built a huge water tank, and this gray pipe. The purpose of it is to simulate an estuary. And after we fill the water tank with water and mount the prototype on, let me explain. The prototype is actually much simpler than the design diagram because that it is only a proof of concept. And through this simulation, we've learned that our idea, the concept, is possible and effective. We tested plastic caps, plastic lids, and pieces of plastic which we have teared, and our capture zone system prototype has successfully captured them.
Our second solution is to eat plastic, but no worries, we're not eating it. A special insect called waxworm made an enzyme that digests plastic. This is actually an old wisdom from beekeepers who discovered that waxworms eat their bee wax. After a group of scientists know about this particular phenomenon, they went to study the chemical bonds of bee wax and found that it was exactly the same as the PE material we often use. A group of scientists in Oxford University found that they can use this feature to solve the problem of excess plastic. It inspired us to do our own experiments. We use a plastic cup to carry these waxworms and plastic bag to prevent them from escaping. However, after 2 days, we only saw a few tiny holes on the plastic bag. We found that it took too long for them to eat plastic. 100 waxworms only eat 184 micrograms of plastic per day, and the life cycle of a waxworm is 14 days. After that, they will pupate and become moths. It means they only eat 2,576 micrograms of plastic in their life, and it is absolutely not enough.
That's the end of our presentation. Thank you for listening.
I'm very happy that you have personal experience to pick garbage, clean beach, and even incubate a waxworm. And I really like you do it by yourself. There are two questions that I have. First, you have a very interesting flutter design, but I noticed that PVC will be as the main materials to produce them. Will they become another kind of garbage, such as microplastic, in your project or in this environmental issue? And how long is it expected to be left and to put in the rivers? For example, you want to cover the whole horizontal surface in the river, or what other kind of the method? And if the river is blocked, will this cause additional great harmful condition in that place? And second, usually the trash or the garbage from the river is relatively large, and the hole in your design will be too small. Thank you.
Okay, so your proposal focus on the ocean cleaning and the garbage pollution control, and you propose a solution is the concept of the capture zone, which is to intercept the garbage before debris goes into the ocean. And but I have some question about the technical side. Okay, the first one is that when you are sure that a downwelling will form naturally when the water flow meets the fabric, because I'm wondering how the fish can escape from the capture zones. Okay, do you have any evidence or theories or some documents to support this your argument? If not, then there is a risk that the fish would be captured by this device. Okay, and the second question is that I'm wondering the volume of water flow. Okay, if the volume of the water flow is big enough, then the capture zone maybe cannot release the volume, cannot release the water flow, and it would be washed away. So do you consider the factor of the volume of water flow, which may damage the function or damage the function of the capture zones? Thank you.
Okay, I have a big question for you, because it seemed to me that you have two proposals based on two different technology, but in your proposal, you don't have an implementation plan. If you get funding, how do you implement? Oh, that's gonna a big problem because you didn't specify. And the proposed filter in your system, it looked like a oil spill containment boom to me. Is a commercial product already there? So what's the difference between your proposal and the commercial, the containment boom already there? What's the difference, and is there any difference in their function? Okay, the second one is that, as you say in the proposal, the wax worm is already a pest. It's a pest for the beekeeper or the honey industry. So you're running the risk that you solve one problem by creating another problem. You need to consider that.
I think using the capture zone system and the wax worm is a good beginning. My questions are, do you have a reasonable timeline and budget for this kind of project? And the second, is there any idea to improve the efficiency of this system? Thank you.
Yeah, the proposal idea is also very interesting, but I think I don't know. I find the project I didn't see any budget and also how to work on this project. So you should provide some working plan and the purpose. Yeah. The second, I find your project page proposal, page 9, you already make a conclusion, but this conclusion almost mentioning about two methods, maybe not good. But so what do you want to do this one? So you should explain how what your expect result for this project, instead of the conclusion. That's my question.
Okay, so I would like to talk about the budget and the efficiency problem regarding our floater design, or maybe the entire capture zone design. So the budget, after some calculation, we've come up with a conclusion that a meter of a capture zone is roughly 1,900 new Taiwanese dollar. And the efficiency of the capture zone device, the context is that there are other products on the market that are made to remove garbage from rivers. However, they are quite costly. So our team believes that it may be possible to create a device with little budget and that will serve similar function. So we are sacrificing a little bit of the efficiency regarding this project. However, we believe that the budget is cut down by this design. And I would like to talk about the water flow problem. If the body of the water flow is too large, there may be a risk of the capture zone getting washed away. However, the capture zone device can be taken away. So the device is not mounted there forever. We can dismount the device from the river. So regarding on the weather condition, if the water flow is relatively strong that day, if it is too strong for our capture zone system to endure, and the team will dismount the capture zone system from the river to protect it. And we wish that by doing this, we can make it last longer.
And I would like to answer the seventh question about our timeline. We will start this after the epidemic is over. So our first step is to collect the material of our capture zone, and then we'll start it to make it. And the first river we're going to put is in Gaoping River, and we're going to collect these kinds of plastic waste. And about our second solution, wax worm, we've already discussed with the professor in Zhongshan University and also the professor in University Tennessee said if this problem has to guess, they think the real problem is about the bacteria. So we would like to find out these bacteria and to prove this problem.
And also, I would like to answer the issue with larger marine debris. The thing is, the capture zone is a device which is mounted on rivers, and it floats on the top of the river. So larger garbage will actually sink more below on the river. So it wouldn't be that much of an issue since the capture zone will always capture the garbage on the smaller garbage floating on top. And if there are larger garbage, our system may contain it. Okay, I should add on the problem with waxworm. Because that waxworm, it is indeed a pest for bees, and we all know that bees are beneficial to.
Thank you, Team Fish and Garbage. Our next team is A Long Walk to Sustainable Future, Fengshan Youth, from the National Fengshan Senior High School.
You may start.
Hi. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Our topic is A Long Walk to Sustainable Future, and the teammates will introduce each part with details. So now let's start, and please allow me to share my screen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are Fengshan Youth. Let's move on. Take a look at these pictures. We love eat seafood, from sashimi to cooked seafood. However, have you ever thought of the present circumstance of the marine ecosystem? Let's see the following question and you will know what happened to the marine ecosystem. How much fish is consumed by humans per year? Nearly 143.8 million tons per year. According to the statistics, in 1980, there were 41,000 tons of fish products. Nevertheless, in 2019, there were merely 50,000 tons of fish products. Let's move on. The pie chart can tell us some clues. Overfishing accounts for 55%, habitat loss account for 37%, and other factors like pollution, exotic species, and climate change and so on account for 8% respectively. And this is the reason why we want to focus on the issue of overfishing. Thank you.
To deal with the problem, we have come up with a solution that is to detect fish and build up an information collecting system. However, how do we estimate the amount of fish? So this is what I'm going to explain. In the freshwater food web, let's move on to the next page. In the freshwater food web, algae are regarded as the primary producers. Consumers feeding on algae would therefore congregate to algae hotspots for feeding. Apart from food sources, algae can also serve as habitats, nursery grounds and shelter, and cleaning stations. The correlation makes us know that if we want to locate fish, we should look for places with more algae. These pictures are collected from NASA and ESA. Let's look at the upper left picture first. This picture shows the distribution of chlorophyll in the ocean by using different colors. Chlorophyll is the green substance in plants that allows them to use the energy from the sun. We can see that these three areas are not in the same color, so we get to know that these places have more algae and would therefore have more fish. So we came up with an idea, a drone that detects the distribution of algae. Here we have a modeling about how the device works. First of all, when it's time to set off, the drone starts out from the control center and flies to its designated area. Then, the drone patrols above the area and detects the amount of algae beneath the water using a multispectral scanner. For example, here we can see the different distribution of algae underwater. There are less algae on the left side, but there are more on the right side. Thus, the amount of fish on the right will be larger than the left. The assigned drone could detect the ocean color from above and distinguish where fish are likely to gather. The whole process operates like this. When the device completes its task, it flies back to the control center for maintenance and recharging. The recorded data during the flight will be inputted into a database and further be placed on the official website for public information sharing. And this is the model of the drone. Next, let's welcome my teammate to further explain its functions. Thank you.
This is the design layout of the drone. The functions include camera, global position system, floating bird, and multispectral scanner. We believe that using drones for detection can economize human and material resources, and the global positioning system can be used to track the real position. Let's move on. The front part is a multispectral scanner. It can infer the distribution of algae by detecting the wavelength of content pigment from algae, which furthermore present fish hotspot because of the positive coloration between algae and fish. Multispectral scanner can be used without sunlight impact. Moreover, since multispectral scanner is kind of remote sensing system, it can be used in wide range areas. Considering that when faced with some emergencies, the drone may fall, in order to prevent the drone from turning into marine debris, the floating bird allows the drone to float on the sea, and the staff can follow GPS positioning to find the drone. Thank you.
So where did we choose to operate this device? We think Xiaoluqiu is suitable for this project. And this is the location of Xiaoluqiu. So why do we choose this place to conduct our project? First, because it is in close proximity to where we live. Second, the coastal area of Xiaoluqiu is one of the most famous fishing grounds in Pingtung, and most of the islanders make a living by fishing. Third, there is Kuroshio branch current that passes through nearby sea all year round, so the climate is warm. Last but not least, the water is clearer because the sediment of Xiaoluqiu is much less than that in other areas in Taiwan. Therefore, Xiaoluqiu has wide distribution of seagrass beds and the water is rich in ecology with at least 631 species of fish. And we will carry out our project in the Neritic area and 5 nautical miles around Xiaoluqiu. Thank you.
Then what can we do with the data we have measured? We decide to establish a website containing following information. First, an algal hotspot distribution map will be drawn according to the data detected by drones. Also, we would like to establish a database involving all the data detected, which allows public to grasp all the information at hand. The data is updated with the frequency of a week. There will be another map aiming to show the suggested and not suggested areas, offering an accessible source to evaluate which area is most suitable to do fishing. The map will immediately modify once the situation of the area changes. Let's move on. Besides constructing a website, we will also provide the data to government officials for further usage, such as setting up penalties and restrictions based on those. Also, the data will be handed out to NGOs for wider promotions. Universities can also make use of the data to develop certain studies aiming for fish protection. And the data can also be provided to fish boats, guarantee them to grab all the information they need at hand. Thank you.
Okay, we have 2 actions to strike a balance between a sustainable development and stable income for a fisherman. First is providing a statistic, second is educating a fisherman. And with the data, we can increase the accuracy of the number of fish. Fishermen tend to upgrade the density of the net to capture the fish. By doing so, little fish did not have opportunity to survive or to grow. That is, the ecosystem do not balance. Besides, the cost of the fuel should be paid too. Therefore, with our statistics, we can ensure the fishermen's living quality and maintain the nature and eliminate the air pollution. And about capturing the fish, about educating the fishermen. First, we will publicize the sustainable importance. Second, we will provide the fishermen's information actively. And in above mentioned way, we hope to provide instant assistance to a fisherman. We will also search the cooperative opportunity of the association or the community. And here are budgets and the work schedules.
And last, let's talk about our goal. Our goal is to decrease overfishing by using the drone to collect data, as well as the algal hotspot map and the frequently updated website. By using the drone we designed, we hope to collect the accurate and timely information. And with the map and the website, we hope to provide this information to the public and the fishermen. By doing so, we have a bolder thought that by maintaining marine resources and protecting the environment, we can create a sustainable future together. So, let's create a sustainable future together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Readers into your logic with the question method is a good way of presentation. I have two questions for you. So first, you say there are algae, where there are algae, there is fish. Can you really confirm it? Do you think it's the real situation? Because this is not the case, for example, algae blooming. And the second, in your idea, you try to use the aerial camera, but how quick is the aerial photography method expand to provide information? And because you may need fast internet analyze classification in the depth. And also, how large areas do you think you will do in one-shot program? Finally, this idea would need good weather. So what should this idea can be do if the weather is not good enough for aerial camera? Thank you.
Okay. It seems to me that your proposal have there's a solution which is a drone, and this drone will carry functions of monitoring and establishment of database. And the assumption you made behind this solution is that there is a connection, or we say the relation between the amount of fish quantity, okay, and the amount of fish, okay. But actually, just as the previous reviewers just said that, there is a big question on the relation, or we said on the positive relation between the amount of the quantity. I mean the you say is a correlate and the amount of a fish. Okay, I think you need to verify. Okay, it's very important. You need to verify this relation. So my question is that, okay, the first one is that the resolution of this drone is very questionable. Okay, for example, if there is a heavy cloud, okay, and a heavy cloud will block the function or will damage the function of the cameras. So how you to cope with this situation, okay? And how about if the long message is sent to fishermen, and consequently the fishermen make the long decision on when to go overfishing on the sea, okay? And the second question, I think this the team need to have more have more documents to support the argument you make. the relation between the amount of chlorophyll and the amount of fish. Thank you.
Yeah, I think my question is very similar to previous reviewer, that you make assumption that the algae has a positive relation with the fish, but that is not always the case. I think you need to investigate a little bit the fishery in Xiaoliuqiu, because as I know, they have like long line fishery to catch bluefin tuna. And to catch bluefin tuna, probably they rely on acoustic finder or some traditional knowledge to find the fish, not just based on the algae. And also they have sea cage to raise cobia or grouper, and that has nothing to do with the algae. So you need to investigate a little bit on the fishery there. And the second one, can you tell me a little bit about your drone? You say there is a scanner function to detect the algae. Can you like explain a little bit how or the science based on it? Thanks.
So in your project, I think the budget for buying drones is quite high and not reasonable. Can you consider to rent them or find someone to cooperate it to obtain these machines? The second question is, are there other easier alternative ways for fish surveys, such like using the sonar fish finder of the boat or scuba diving survey? And I also encourage you to be a scuba diver. Thank you.
Okay. For me, this project, looking for the budget, mostly is just the purchase the machine or spend and also the repair expense. Yeah, for this one. But we spend a lot of money buy so many the machine, then go back to the principle. Yeah, this one really can help the fishermen to find the fish. If not, yeah, I think if you want to use this one, you basically use the technology or the proof is very useful. If not, then it looks like you just play or play in the Xiaoliuqiu. Yeah, that's all the project. So it must be very careful about the principle can be useful. Okay, it's my question. Thank you.
All your suggestions and questions. Thereon, my teammates will answer each question respectively.
To the first question, maybe I think like the judges they mentioned like algae blooming are not the case. I think maybe we can do some research first, and if we want to implement the drone to that area, we can do some previous research, and we can combine the information with the like information that the fishermen they brought for us, and if we combine those together, maybe we can find like the right places to catch fish.
To the second question, if the weather is extreme, the operation will cease. Considering the weather is changeable, our drone is designed with some functions that can protect itself. First, there is a GPS system for us to locate the drone soon if any accident happens. What's more, the drone is equipped with floating boards that floats prevent the drone from falling into the sea and becoming marine debris. As a result, the drone will not cause too much problem to the environment. Thank you.
To answer the third question, how large, we will carry out our project in the Neritic area and 5 nautical miles around Xiaoliuqiu. Thank you.
For the fourth question, first, if the weather is extreme, we won't, the operation won't cost. And considering the distribution of the algae, the heavy rain will also influence the data's accuracy. So if the weather is not really good, we won't operate our machine. Thank you.
For the fifth question, the advantage of using drone is to have instant information. The drone can detect timely data that send it back to the government or non-governmental organizations for follow-up research, such as tracking the number of fish, establish a database, or an algo hotspot map. By actively advocating to fishermen so as to achieve the goal of sustainability. Thank you.
Okay, so as for the number 6 questions about the different ways about including the sea cage in the specific region. As for my perspective, I think our idea is innovative because we use algae to be one of the conditions in our research. So as for the overfishing part, our main purpose is to establish a sustainable cycle of fishing. Through our data, fishermen are encouraged to fish places with more fish and give some time for those less fish to prosper. Thank you.
To the seventh question, the function of camera is to assist the multispectral scanner because the multispectral scanner can show a picture of the surrounding environment. Thank you.
Question number 8, we would like to cooperate with the NGOs, and we will find some NGOs that are related to this topic and cooperate with us to further promote and that this project more wide and be accepted by the public. Thank you.
About number 9 question, is about the budget. The budget is so high, and the number we would like to cooperate with some NGOs, and we will outsource ideas and the drones and to organization. Hence, we will share our burden to each other, and our budgets were including made in a drone and repair and the cost of human resource. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Fengshan Youth. Our next team is from Pingdong. Please welcome Team River Plastic Reduction Project River Cleaner from the National Pingdong Industrial Vocational High School.
Hey everyone, we are from Pingdong Industrial Vocational High School. We are river cleaner. We are doing environmental protection work with the senior classmates in the school. Today, we participate in this ocean practice reduction project. The reason is why we focus on the river. The pollution of Taiwan River is very serious. Among the river under the management of Environmental Protection Agency, there are 7 of the most polluted rivers in the south of Taiwan, like Donggang Gaoping River. We designed a river cleaner, which is an innovative idea. Later, you can see our PPT show on the screen. Next, 4 of us are responsible: the mixer, the water flowing generator, the electromagnet, and the warm chamber. Here is the full PPT. Please see.
Now I'm going to make the introduction the situation of our river cleaner in the river. From the first slide, we see now it's how the river cleaner cleans up the rubbish in a general estuary. From the second slide, we can see a lot of garbage floating. Here there are many marine creatures swimming in the river. The shape of river cleaner is divided into 2 parts, the front hole and rear hole. In the middle of the hole is connected by an electromagnet and disc on the rear. On the outside of front hole, we have added a floating bar and a hydroelectric generator. In the third slide, we can see that the garbage enters from the front hole. When the garbage hits the middle of the main body of mixing bags, The garbage will be cut into small pieces. Following to the direction of the water flowing, the garbage is collected in the rear hold, on the upper half of the front hold. We used the water to drive the blades, bring up the power to the rear battery. The operation of the power supply between shutters allows this machine to achieve a self-sufficient mode. Next, in the fourth and fifth slide, the garbage will be collected later in the pieces the rear hold, where there is much water. We use a type of mesh belt with a low density and permeable mesh bag to collect the garbage here. When the garbage reaches a certain amount, we disconnect the electromagnet. The rear carbon flows to the upper warm chamber for biodegradation by floating thick strip. The last slide is warm chamber. The purpose of warm chamber is to do biodegradation. In the design, there are several key points, including the blades, motor, the conveyor belt, and the insect house. Plastic waste fragments poured into the mixing blades contain with a mixer in the center. The purpose of mixer is to pour the shredded plastic garbage fragments. There is a motor under the mixer. The mixing blades are driven by the motor to send the plastic garbage fragments to the conveyor belt. Garbage will be continuously to transport the garbage to the warm chamber, and let the worms eat and undergo biodegradation. Using a net like behind the rear of the hold. In the process of biodegradation, we tried red worms and body worms. The effect of body worms is the best. So the body worms run to collect the body worm feces for spectrum detection, and it does reach the biodegradation plastic.
Good morning, everyone. At the scene, you can see the whole process of river cleaner. My name is Yan Li. On the PPT display, you will see that there are 4 major parts we made. The river cleaner is divided into the front hull and the rear hull. There will be a crusher inside the front cabin to crush plastic garbage. The blast of the crusher is made of stainless steel, which is a picture of a shuriken on the internet. In order to draw the different sizes of the graphics, I did 3 times of the experiment, but I found out it cannot work if the size of glass is too big or too small. It took the different size of glass and considered the detention between the glass to be more effectively to crush. After this, the glass must be polished to make it sharper. Finally, we took it to the rubber mat to run it on a stainless steel straw. The shredded garbage must be transported to the garbage collection bag in the rear hull by water. The electricity of the motor is operated by water energy generator to provide electricity. Later, Jill will explain this part. Next, we made an electromagnetic connection between the front hull and the rear hull. The function is to be a switch. When the rear hull is filled of garbage, the power of the electromagnet will be disconnected. After the disconnection, the garbage in the rear hull is filled and sent to the garbage collection bag. Then the garbage collection bag will be transported to the long chamber on shore. Next, turn to Zhi'en.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zhi'en. I'm responsible for the water flowing generator. The generator is to provide energy electricity. And there are my created generator. And I designed this shape. It's a half water pipe. And you can see there are 4 iron pieces of flap. And it is rotate to the motor by the water current. And this motor is generate alternating current power. Through this filter circuit, we can convert AC power to DC power and store the power in the battery. This generation is the first, and this generation is the second. Because the first generation is too small, so we make this. In the conclusion, we have 3 points. First, we created a new device. This device can reduce the marine debris in the estuary. Second, we focus on the flats. We have created 4 generations on this flat. We did this experiment to create the sharding technology, applying it to garbage reduction in the estuary. You can see we created 4 generations. Third, we created an energy generator that created electricity by ocean current. Thanks for your attention.
The action movie in the slide clearly showed your design and expected situation. My first question is about the suction ability of your river cleaner. How can you control the strength of suction? How can you make sure that suction will not affect aquatic life and environments? And only all kinds of the marine debris or only all kinds of the aquatic garbage or aquatic debris will be sucked in your river cleaners. Second question is, is there any budget estimation for the construction of your river cleaners? Thank you.
Okay. It seems to me that your proposal, focus on the marine, the plastic pollution, and the solution you propose is to design a marine machine cleaner. And I have 2 questions. Okay, the first one is similar to the previous reviewer. Okay, I just wonder how you design this cleaner and that have the function to prevent capturing fish or any other marine organism. Okay, and the second is that I'm also wondering. Okay, do this device need electricity to operate? And if so, how the electricity is provided to this device when the device is installed at the river? Thank you.
Okay, also has 2 questions for you. It seems to me this trash collection device is only a protocol. Do you have any real-life experience to scale it up and make it a real one? Okay, the second question is that it seems to me the device only operates underwater. So does it only collect those submerged debris, or do you intend to use like a containment boom to collect those floating debris on the river? Okay, those 2 questions.
So in your proposal, the budget of 65 million, that is extremely high and not reasonable. Is there any cheaper and easier way to reach the goal to reduce river debris? And do you know what are the cleaning ways recently used in the rivers in Pingdong, your country, or in Taiwan? That will make it better. Thank you.
Yes. Also, my question is on the budget. The budget all focused on the building the vessel. Yeah, also very expensive, almost 6.9 million, 69 million. Okay, so if based on the budget is really higher school project can working on this one. Okay, so for my thinking is also this project the board is just a protocol. Yeah, so should be focused on this is it can be work or not. Yeah. The project to working on the basically compared to the other one and show the benefits. Not already want to create a 10 ship and the 3 set of the collecting device. Yeah. So I hope this project is think about how to more practical to run in this project. It's my question. Thank you.
And the first question is how we control the motor. We use the water flowing generator to provide electricity and use the filter circuit to turn water motor to provide AC power to the DC power, and the power will charge in the battery. So the battery power will be in this motor. That's here. So be in this motor like here, and the motor is use the DC power, use the AC power to control, to let it rotate, and the motor will be rotate the glass to crush the plastic garbage. Okay. And the second question is about the budget, and we buy the second-hand boat to rebuild, and the most expensive actually is the waterproof motor. That the price even more $300,000, and we all about the budget is maybe close the $600,000 or $700,000. And okay, about the three question is. The three question is about the river, the cleaner. Cleaner is what I say, just mortar and so mortar actually have a blast that here, and his rotate when the AC power in this mortar, the motor will rotate, and rotate will be move the blast to crush plastic garbage. About the fourth question is electricity. Our electricity is our water flowing generator is provide electricity. About you can see there are the water flowing generator, and is by driven the water current to rotate those 4 eyeepieces, and one still is strong like this. And when the power to rotate, he will provide this AC power, but we need DC power, so we use the filter circuit to turn AC to DC and charge in the battery. Okay. And about the fifth question is, have any way can that government or any way can more cheaper about the budget? I think we can. The Pingtung County government can promote this idea to the people and sponsor our idea, and we can feedback for the government. And our things, what our create is different from the other guys is, and we have not only a shredding technology can crush plastic garbage, and the water flowing generator can provide electricity, and also can drag the garbage on the shore. But the other people only can drag the garbage, and maybe it's impossible because it's only in coastline can do. if so far away about the ocean, it costs so more money and so more people and so more ship. It costs so more time. And okay, and just in the Taiwan, and now I see on the internet or on the world, it's it's no one like this device like us, because they're only collection, but we have crush and electricity and the crush, just like no one like us, our device. And we are use the sonar to get away about the fish. So the fish will not in this river cleaner, because
Thank you, River Cleaner. Last but not least, we have the Untie the Ocean, Hocus Pocus, from the International Bilingual School at Hsinchu Science Park.
Greetings, judges, teachers, and participants of the 2021 Ocean Challenge. We are Hocus Pocus, a team of 4, including Angela Liu, Abigail Lin, Anna Huang, and Joseph Liu, coming from International Bilingual School at Hsinchu Science Park. Today, we would like to take the opportunity to present our proposal, Untie the Ocean. We developed a 4-step water filtration system that can be implemented at the base of various types of boats, with water entering from one end and leaving the other, with microplastic-free ocean water. For the rest of the presentation, we will cover the topic overview, problem analysis, action plan, and our results. Firstly, in the topic overview, we would like to present an introduction of microplastics, in addition to its aftermath and significance in the global marine economy. So, what are microplastics? Microplastics are essentially small plastic pieces less than 5 millimeters long and are very harmful to our oceanic biome. Microplastics are difficult to track, damage aquatic creatures, ruin water ecosystems, and pollute the food chains. There are 2 major types of microplastics: primary microplastics that are manufactured to be small, and secondary microplastics that were initially large but diminished in size. In order to prevent more and more plastic from entering the ocean, we have to first understand the sources of these plastics. There are 3 major sources: pellets from factories, synthetic textiles from artificial clothes, and tires in a radium. After microplastics enter the ocean, they stay in the food chain with its negative effects forever, such as damaging animal health and imbalancing marine equilibrium. In order to make the proposal more localized, we would like to address the problem Taiwan now has with microplastics, because Taiwan waters are amongst the most plastic polluted in the world. The sources that cause microplastic accumulation are seen and used in our daily lives. The main sources around Taiwan are PE, PET, PP, PMMA, and nylon. The aftermath of microplastics in Taiwan, similar to the rest of the world, is that it enters and accumulates in the food chain. Since seafood is one of the major staples in Taiwan, Taiwanese citizens are at great risk of microplastics entering their bodies. The government has initiated the EPA project, which consists of 3 parts. Firstly, by scientifically monitoring for marine pollution. Secondly, by efficiently responding to marine pollution incidents. And thirdly, by promoting awareness of microplastic in the ocean. The government plans definitely aid in spreading awareness of the problem and can make resource and financial aid to organizations that are already trying to save the ocean. But none of these pose a concrete solution to the problem with microplastics already present in the marine ecosystem. Thus, we hope that through our 4-phase water filtration model, we can reduce the amount of microplastics accumulated in the food chain.
And to take action on the ban of microplastic fragments in the ocean, we have come up with a 4-phase water filtration system to remove microplastics at a larger scale. As for our first phase, our team has designed a broom-like structure that will be posed at the entrance of the filtration system, which will be attached at the top of the filter and be placed right in front of the filtering skimmer. The purpose of it is to create a barrier between our filtration system and the ocean. Firstly, it prevents large living organisms that cannot be removed later from entering the system. Secondly, it filters out the plastics that are not our target size. And phase 2 is where the skimmer is put into use. Approaching skimmer is typically an aquarium regulator that replicates the ocean waves that churn water and produce foam. Organic waste is attracted to the foam bubbles and are deposited on the shore. Approaching skimmer processes through an air-water interference in which air comes into contact with seawater to form a foam bubble where organisms in the water accumulate, allowing the foam to separate from the rest of the water by friction between the bubbles and the water.
Our team has decided to implement a co-current skimmer which serves to remove microorganisms that accidentally enter the system by accumulating at the surface of the skimmer. And when ocean water first flows into the system, unwanted living organisms can be extracted immediately, so our system's focus is on the elimination of microplastics. As for how water from the protein skimmer can move to this centrifuge, we elaborate on the use of two main densities of microplastics. Out of the 5 main microplastics in Taiwan, PET, PMA, and nylon are more dense, while PE and PP are lighter in density. And the density difference allows them to be placed at different levels within the protein skimmer. The less dense types will be at a higher level, and the more dense types will be at a lower level, therefore allowing plastics to be extracted at either the top or bottom of the skimmer and will lead to the centrifuges.
Is centrifuge be used, which will take into 2 groups. One more dense than the 2 types of plastics have a density and will diffuse to the surface of the water at different rates. So, what is centrifugation? It is a technique that can separate particles according to their size. Centrifuges work on the basis of sedimentation, in which gravitational force separates particles of different densities. Buoyant force and frictional force, and the clashing of those forces with gravitational force, is what causes sedimentation. In the 3rd phase, we will use the different centrifuges to separate microplastics into categories. The first centrifuge will be set to capture the denser microplastics that require a higher centrifugal force. The second centrifuge will include microplastics that are less dense and thus only require a slower force. After plastics from the 2 centrifuges are filtered, they can be eliminated through 2 separate tubes to membrane filtration. The 4th phase is membrane filtration, which will trap microplastics while clean water is pumped back into the ocean. We chose to use membrane filtration because the technology behind it is very accessible and feasible, and the membranes themselves can be reused and recycled. The latter makes our use of this tool eco-friendly. Our model is based on dynamic membrane, or DM technology, which is a filtration system that uses a secondary membrane filter to trap unwanted materials. DM technology can be very effective, especially when there's a large quantity of microplastics. It is also an effective solution to prevent small microplastics, which may escape centrifugation from making their way back into the ocean. The benefits of a membrane filter include the following. 1. It is a simple product and has a low production cost. 2. It has high flexibility for its use. And 3. The majority of microplastics, which are usually found in sizes 20 to 300 micrometers, will not pass through the membrane's 5 micrometer wide pores. In our model, we have taken the concept of DM technology, but incorporated a protein membrane for filtration. Through this final process, clean water free of microplastics will be recycled back into the ocean. And to ensure the active flow of this clean water, our team has designed a mechanism that uses a screen and plate to push water across the membrane into the ocean.
Our team has designed an animated model that shows how microplastics will be filtered in this 4-phase filtration system, and a physical demonstration of how these steps will proceed.
So our model is a 4-phase filtration system that will be implemented at the bottom of a ship. Water will flow through the system, first passing through the broom-like physical boundary. It will then move to the protein skimmer, the centrifuges, and finally membrane filtration. After passing through the broom-like boundary, water will move to the protein skimmer, where microplastics, shown in red, will be separated from microorganisms, shown in yellow. The water will then move to centrifugation, and finally to membrane filtration, where a screen and plate will push clean water through the membrane while microplastics will be trapped.
The first step of physical blockade is only shown in the animation, so we will start with the protein skimmer. We used the protein skimmer already present in our biology lab's aquarium. We used it to remove organic compounds and separate microplastics to different density and to different levels. The 3rd phase of the centrifuge is shown in our DIY centrifuge that turns, which allow microplastics to flow on the surface of the container. The 4th phase is the membrane filtration. We use the syringe to represent the spring and plate that exert force to push water out of the system and keep the microplastic inside the protein membrane. Ultimately, we hope that our filtration system can be realized in the real world because we believe that it is possible to implement our models into fishing industry by incorporating this system into ocean-bound ships. We hope that we can energize the power for the centrifuge by solar system and kinetic energy generated by moving boats so microplastics can be filtered without an input of additional energy, which works in favor of sustainability. In addition, we hope that a filtration system in the wild pelagic ecosystem means that the water can be immediately returned to the ocean. We look forward to our models having more potential and ability to provide drastic change in the ocean. Before we end, we would like to state that our model may be a small start, but it is a start nonetheless, and one that we hope brings promise for the future. Thank you for your time.
For this team, I think you propose a novel concept that is relatively different from others or other currently common use ways. However, I still feel confused the size of your instrument because I would assume that the filtering rate will be slow, so you will need to cover large areas and spend much time. So where and how many do you plan to put them? And do you really have the idea about the filtration efficiency of your protein skimmers? Thank you.
Okay, your project cares about the microplastic issue and very creatively propose the solution and have the 4 steps, including the microplastic filtration, protein skimmer, centrifuge, and membrane filtration. I think this is very good because you have done a lot of literature review, okay, to find this 4-step solution. But I have some questions about your this proposal. The first one is that this device seems to be a good tool to filter out microplastic, but I think for it to be commercially feasible, okay, commercially feasible, could you be more specific on the budget necessary for making this device? And the second question is that when you use this device to filter out the microplastics, okay, and I wonder how you prevent the burden, this very big burden of microplastics from entering into the ocean again via sewage or any other channels. I mean, just simple question. The simple question is how you to deal with these microplastics collected from your device. Thank you.
Okay, microplastics seem to be a very big problem, but in your scope, I didn't see that what type of like water or wastewater you want to treat. You're gonna install your equipment on the estuary or anywhere? I don't know because it didn't specify. And then the second question is that membrane filtration is very costly. It can produce very purified water, but the problem with that is it clogs very easily. So you also need to consider the efficiency of the filtration process. Okay.
So what is a reasonable timeline and the budget for your project? You should describe it clearly. The second question is, have you tested these ideas and the methods in the real world, like in a river or at a coastal area, to test is it doable and the cost efficiency? Thank you.
Okay. This project is very interesting work, and also very creative. Also, from the idea to the methodology described very, very clear. Yeah, I think that one. So I have some question about. Can you expand more about the protein schema and the bacteria filtration, how the function, and how it working on the real practical use to filtration of the microplastic. Okay. So in the future, if you want to apply this idea to the filtration, maybe from the seawater, you mentioned about put in the bowl, the fish bowl, so they can catch some small, I think it's very small size of microplastic. It is also useful for cleaning up at the least to already have the microplastic in the ocean or also in the river. They can be collect from there. That's idea is good. Yeah. So I would like your project more emphasize and in the future how to practical use for your idea to the real system. Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
So thank you, professors, for your questions, and here are our responses. So your first question was, where and how many water filtration systems are we going to implement this design? So ideally, this filtration system would be placed at the bottom of various types of boats, and we would like to first implement it at a smaller scale, hopefully first in like local area, like Hsinchu, to like first test it out, and then to larger scales, which hopefully the end goal is to get it on actual boats that travel in the open ocean. This system can mainly take place in ocean waters, which is our end goal, and we plan to implement it at like the holes, the bottom of the holes of fishing boats. And the type of water we plan to treat is, as I think we actually mentioned it in our action plan, is like the end goal, of course, is to implement this system like in boats that travel on the open pelagic ocean, where microplastic density is like the highest. And as for the size of our instrument, which you were confused about, ideally it should be able to fit at the bottom of like an actual fishing boat or ship, but given this might be a problem with feasibility, the size can be cut down, material cost, or implemented into like a boat-like structure by like itself. So what that means is it wouldn't be like attached to an actual ship, but like an own device that floats on the ocean. And as for filtration efficiency and like budget, we choose to use like dynamic membrane technology, which is relatively cheaper and accessible in like today society. And it is now like DM technology is often used in water filtration systems in Taiwan, and it filters the water that we drink. So we think this is more commercially feasible because, as also we have stated in our proposal, we'll be implementing solar energy and ocean wave force to like decrease like energy generation costs and budget of our system. And other factors that like are a part of this feasible budget is the first step of our filtration system, which is the broom-like barrier. The brooms are low cost because they can be recycled from schools or various places. As for a more specific details on our budget, the protein skimmer should cost around $125 per skimmer, while centrifuges are around 65 USD. And lastly, membrane filter. We'll have to ask, which we plan to do in the future, like companies to make like larger filters of the bacterial filter. And this will be like a larger filter, and thus, of course, it will cost more, but yeah. And so the final cost for the filter will be around 82,000 NT. And as for how to like collect the microplastics from our instrument, this is done after like the boats get to shore, and we can just remove the accumulated microplastics from the membrane filter, which will ensure that when like the boat sets out again to the sea, microplastics will not be returned to the marine ecosystem. Also, the collected microplastics, as we have stated in our proposal, will be used to make like other day-to-day materials such as guitar strings, 3D strings, and other reusable products. And this is possible because most microplastics share similar properties to those plastics used in those materials like today. And lastly, or not lastly, one of the final questions, have we tested this idea in the real world? Unfortunately, due to the increasing severity of the pandemic, we were unable to test it in actual river or like just group meeting outside. However, we have done before the lockdown in our biology lab, we have tested on a smaller scale how like each specific phase, each of the 4 phases of our model can work. And as a result, we have constructed an animated model that can physically show how the system would ideally work in the ocean. And lastly, there was a mention about membrane filtration clogging easily. And our membrane filtration system has a physical blockade at the very beginning that blocks like the largest living organisms and debris to prevent like this clogging. And also in the second phase, other microorganisms can be eliminated through the protein skin.
Thank you, Hocus Pocus, and the other 9 teams for all your creative ideas and hard work in preparing for these proposals. We will now have a break. Please be back at 3:25, and we will begin Q&A session for keynote speech at 3:30. Now it's Q&A time for keynote speech. We would like to invite Dr. Julius Tai to moderate the Q&A time and Dr. Linwood Pendleton to answer our questions. Dr. Julius Tai and Dr. Linwood Pendleton, please.
float on the surface and then they go down, collecting data all the way, and then they come back up. But until recently, most of these buoys couldn't go deeper than 2,000 meters. And now we have some buoys, but not all of them, that can go as deep as 5,000, but none are going deeper than that. And what this means is we know very little about the deep